like this. Hit it.
The Roger Report live morning show, weekdays at 9 a.m.
Say y'all, I was on Roger's panel a few times and I couldn't take it. The heat. I got out the kitchen. It was hot. I was sweating. I had to get out.
He's Roger, and he's right.
Check this out.
We can live or die. You choose. I have spoken to you a lot of times in hatred and anger, and you have not heard me. Well, you had better hear me today. If you won't listen to me when I make an appeal for the Negroes because you have no concern for the Negroes, listen to me when I make an appeal for America. You claim you love America. Well, we love America. But you are driving us back and you are making a Samson out of us, and we are going to pull down the pillars. And then you think we have no right to ask for something? Is it too much to ask you to grant us human dignity? Should we be put down and shot to death for this request? If so, you can aim your gun. What the hell do you think we care about dying if you're going to deny us the right to...
Good morning, folks, and welcome to another edition of the Roger Report Live, the best show on social media. If you are new to the channel, go ahead and take a moment out to hit that like button, because this is where you're going to find the best content on social media. And you don't have to worry about it because you're going to have to be right here to make sure that happens. And if you've already been coming to the channel for a while, then go ahead and hit that like button, because you already know what time it is. Now, you know that this is where you're going to get the best content on social media. It's not a mystery to you at this point. You've seen other people do it. You've seen other people do it well. But what you have not seen is anyone do it quite the way I do it. So make sure you hit that like button. And everyone, yes, everyone, take a moment out to share the content, y'all. There are so many people who need to get great content like this. And it's just a small thing you can do to help the world be a better place. And isn't that what we want at the end of the day? Don't we want the world to be a better place? Of course we do. So share the content now. Share it through your social media, share it through word of mouth, or even text someone's phone. But do what you got to do to help spread the word. All right, folks, we are back, and we're going to do what I do believe will be an extremely interesting show. We got a heck of a concept going on as far as this show is concerned. So, we'll kind of see how it goes. But, will people accept it? Will people reject it? Are they going to actually look at things the correct way? But an interesting concept we're going to deal with today. We are looking at, should women help Black men fix the community? Okay. This is a question often unasked. A question often not really thought about. A question that's not taken too seriously. Okay? A thought process that don't really show itself amongst Black folks in America. Okay? Shout out to all my people listening around the world, because I love and appreciate y'all too. And thank you for listening wherever you are. And I do know there's other places where they deal with some similar issues. Okay? Some of them anyway. At least some of them. So we're going to look at that, y'all. We're going to look at that, and we're going to see what it do. Now, before we get too involved in this, I want to give credit where credit is due, okay? Because we do have people who do a lot of great things. I want to say I appreciate everybody who gives the channel views, everyone who makes comments after the streams. That is great help. everyone who pushes the like button, y'all really be tripping about that like button. That like button is so helpful, but you don't push. Can y'all please start pushing that like button the way you should? Okay, hit that like button. It matters, and it doesn't make a difference how old the stream is. Just hit the like button anyway. Okay, you like the content, might as well hit the like button. All right, and we got people who step up to the plate and give financial contributions around here. And if it were not for those people doing things the way that they do, I cannot do things the way I do. So they are extremely important people, and we appreciate them. We should appreciate them very much. I know I do, okay? And as I've told y'all before, big or small, I do appreciate it all. So I want to give a special shout out to Rock One. He is the sponsor of today's stream. Appreciate you big time, my brother. Appreciate you big time. He does a whole lot. Been around for a long time, and we appreciate him. We appreciate him. So shout out to Rock One, the sponsor of today's stream. And let me give a couple shout outs to some of the first people to check in this morning, because when you start a stream, it's always great to see a few people who have checked in when you're about to get going. And we like to do something that we call Highlander of the stream, and that's the first one in. If you come in too early, you won't show up. If you come in too late, you definitely ain't gonna get the spot, but you should be vying for a spot. So shout out to my main man, the righteous teacher, who is the Highlander of today's stream. Appreciate you big time, brother. Appreciate you big time. Glad to see you here. Glad to see you here. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Okay. We also got Red Pill Sleeper Cell in the building. What's going on, my brother? Great to see your name. Great to see your name. But we had issues. Somehow you got locked in the back. And I know I ain't do it. At least I don't believe it did. I don't know how that happened, but I'm glad we got you out the way you're supposed to be. Shout out to Trail Bentley, always representing. Hashtag long live the visualized steppers. Hashtag Negroes in the wilderness. Hashtag dignity over vagina. Hashtag Al Gore's baby. And my personal favorite, hashtag Hell Hydra. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. Floyd Thompson is in the house. Yay, yay. We got Gold P in the building. What's going on, my brother? What's going on? We got Tunnel Runner in the building. Great to see you, brother. Great to see you. Of course, the man is here. Chef Mike's Roundtable is in the building. The pit master himself, y'all. The pit master himself. My main man, y'all. My main man. I'm going to say something about that in a minute, okay? I'm going to say something about that in a minute. Shout out to Music Man 1982. Glad to have you in the building. Shout out to Watch Get a Man Cave. What's up, my brother? Terenzo Jones is here. D is in the building as well. D is in the building. Shout out to D. D say this title with a question mark. Interesting. But you know what? As I said, a lot of folks don't take that question seriously, never brought it up. If it's brought up, people like to brush past it. It's almost a crazy title for Black America. Almost a crazy title. But it is something that needs to be discussed. And we're going to get into that discussion. We're going to get into that one. Okay? And we're about to get into it now, y'all. So, should women help Black men fix the community? Okay. Should women help Black men fix the community? Now, when people say the Black community has problems, okay, there's things that they're actually referring to. Okay. There's events, there's locations, there's people, there are things that are actually being referred to. You may not hear them named off every single time, but there are things that people are referring to. Now, this is the thing, y'all. And I know it's hard because propaganda has been strong to make you think otherwise. A community is made of men. Okay? Y'all hear me well. A community is made of men. Men make a community. Now, people may say, well, a community will also have women and children. Didn't say it didn't. I said a community is made of. Made of means the building blocks you need for the thing to exist. Okay? Understand what I'm saying? Made of is the building blocks you need for the things to exist. Okay? You can say, you know, we if you say what is a house made of, you don't talk about people that come in and out the house. No, what is it made of? What are the materials that the house was made of? There were bricks brought in so the house can be made. There was metal brought in so the house can be made, pipes and things. Okay? Some porcelain was brought in, some toilets was put up. Okay? Depending the house big enough, you bring in the elevator. Okay? There's material that makes the house up. What makes up a community? What makes up a community is the men. Okay. Now, will you see women and children in a community? Sure, you will. Because usually men will have some women and some children around somewhere. Okay. That's a normal thing. But women and children do not make a community. Anytime a community existed and you remove the men, that community no longer exists. That's just a fact. Once the men are removed, the community doesn't exist anymore. Shout out to the Aztecs out there. Now, I don't know which Aztec person gonna hear you, if you shout them out. But shout out to the Aztecs. There are no Aztec men, so therefore there is no Aztec community. Historically, we knew they existed. Okay, historically, we knew they existed. This happens time and time again. There's been groups of men with certain names. Once those groups of men were removed, the community didn't exist anymore. So that means women and children do not make a community. They simply participate in them. If you allow them to, they will participate in the community, but they don't make one. So this is kind of hard for Black men to accept, because you look at certain things, certain people, certain events, and you say, I don't really want that attached to me. And I totally get that. Okay. So there is an overall community, and then there is a subsection of communities. Okay. The overall Black community is just a reference to Black people in this country. Okay. Mainly it means FBA people. Because let's keep it real. A lot of non-FBA people don't necessarily want to be associated with the FBA community. I'm not saying all of them is ashamed of it or anything like that, but they will definitely let you know they are not FBA. Okay? They'll let you know. It don't take a lot. They're just going to come out and tell you. You don't really need to press them about it. A lot of them just going to come out and tell you, no, I'm not FBA. Okay? They're going to say it in some kind of way. May not use those terms, but they've been telling us for a long time they're not FBA. Okay? They're not FBA. Okay? Shout out to y'all Morgan. He says, if they're not helping, are they part of the community? That's a great question, man. That's a great question. But I'm telling you straight up, they're not part of a community. They can only participate in a community. Period. They can only participate in the community. And the thing is, they choose to participate in the community that they want to. Just is what it is. All right. Shout out to you, Inspired Truth Broadcast. Shout out to you, brother. All right. Now, a lot of Black folks, they start talking about the Black community. And they talk about the overall Black community because there's two major subsections. The major subsection that a lot of people refer to when they talk about fixing the Black community, they're referring to this anti-family, dysfunctional, single mother community. Okay, that's normally what they're referring to. Now, there's also a community of Black men who are respectable, productive, and functional. The women we're married to and the children that live in our homes. Now, at the end of the day, you're in one of those communities. Okay? Now, you got to understand, outside folk ain't going to really make no separation. But inside folks supposed to know how they're separated. It's the same way when I look at white people, I see white people. But white people know their own particular separations. There's some white people who say, oh, no, I'm not them because I'm Polish. There'll be some other white people who say, oh, I'm not them because I'm Italian. Now, they understand they are involved in an overall white community. They do get that. And they operate as such. Okay? But they know their differences. You know, these white folks over here gonna say, no, I'm Scandinavian. Okay? They know how to separate themselves, and they do separate themselves. The thing about FBA people, we are taught that we cannot separate ourselves to the benefit of non-FBA people. Now, all y'all ain't part of me. Okay? Some of y'all look like me. Okay, some of y'all had some of the same struggles my forefathers did, your forefathers had. But some of y'all ain't me. Because some of y'all ain't trying to be functional at all. Some of y'all ain't trying to be productive. Some of y'all ain't trying to be respectable. And a bunch of y'all have no respect for Black men's leadership. So I know y'all ain't me. So now when we think about community, fixing a community, let's be realistic, y'all. What we talking about? What are we talking about? Because when you say fixing a community, you got to fix some actual things. So you can say fixing some people. You can say fixing some places, fixing some structures, fixing some streets. What are we talking about when we say fixing a community? Okay. Now, I'm not saying this should be brushed past. People got to get real about it. How do you, quote unquote, fix a community? Now, this is the thing. Do we even have a concept that women should help? Because women want a lot of benefits of a community being, quote unquote, fixed. So should they help? Because if you ask me, a lot of brothers who are respectable, productive, and functional, who believe in Black men's leadership, they're already doing their part to fix the community. Okay? They're doing their part. And somebody may say, well, what you mean? All right, let's be realistic, y'all. Black boy is born, right? Black boy grows up, right? Now he's got to make a choice of which community he wants to be a part of. As a child, he was subject to the community his parents were part of. All right? A lot of children are actually in the dysfunctional anti-family single mother community because their mamas made it that way. But see, the thing is, people don't want folks to figure out that that's why they're there in the first place. Their mama made it that way. Kid didn't do nothing. Kid was just born. Kid grow up subject to a lot of choices that mama done made. Okay, subject to a lot of choices mama done made. Now, mama decided that she don't want the child's father to be a part of his life. All right. What can the child do about that? Nothing. Child can't really make no move on that. Okay. The courts are going to favor the woman having the child because they got their own diabolical reason why they want the woman to have custody over the child. So you can fight it if you want. You may not fight it. All right. That's totally up to the man. But see, a lot of problem with men is we don't automatically see women as a failure if you're raising a child away from his father. Now, I'm going to say black men are at fault for not looking at women as failures for raising children away from their father. See, anytime a woman says something to me about something she wants to complain about, when it comes to the context of children or community and what people are supposed to be doing for the people that's coming behind, because they love playing that "what about the children" game. Well, you know what I love? I love playing that "what about his dad" game. But the thing is, you got this boy who was born to this mom. He ain't got no choice in the making. So he grow up, he's subject to what his mama doing. Right? Now, his mama could be dysfunctional as all get out. Unfortunately, he got to live in the real world. So when he finally becomes 18 and he starts being truly viewed as an adult by everyone, things are going to happen to him. And if he can't really operate properly in this nation, they're going to put him in prison. They're going to kill him and put him in the grave. Or he's going to end up being homeless. It's that simple at the end of the day. There ain't nobody building no bunch of places for black men who can't operate in society to be at. Okay? Black men who cannot properly operate in society don't have a place to go chill. Okay? Some people may say, well, what about shelters? Most shelters don't accept black men. Okay? And even if you can get into the shelter, they're gonna put you out at a certain point of the day. Now, can you even get in the next night? That's just how the game goes. People ain't investing money into things to hold black men that cannot operate properly outside of prison. Now, are they investing in some prisons? Sure. Will a prison technically house a black man who cannot operate in society properly? Absolutely. So, other than that, where are you gonna go? Where you gonna go? Well, you only got a couple choices. He can go be homeless, and figure it out. Or he may never figure it out and just stay homeless. Now, if you're young, you might be able to mess with a black woman because black women love homeless men. It's not really said like that, but if you pay attention to black women's love for what they have termed a hobosexual, that means a man without a home, but he'll be in a relationship with a woman, but he'll be at her home because he don't have a home. And people start calling that hobosexuals. Well, when you be serious about that, you're talking about homeless men. Black women love homeless men. As long as you're kind of young, you could be a homeless man and be with a black woman. Now, the issue is that black women still get tired of those men. They like to bring them in because they want to control those men. But then when they continue to be homeless over a period of time, she eventually throws them out. She doesn't do anything to really improve his life in any kind of way because she wants him to be in a bad position while it's fun for her. But the moment she gets tired of that, she wants to put him out. Okay? Shout out to Mac. I guess he didn't. I guess he taking notice. But he say black women love homeless men with 3 laughing emojis. Yeah, you ain't never think about it that way. But what else is it? If they love having hobosexuals, that means they have a love for homeless men. They complain about the men not having a place to live, but they'll house them themselves as long as they can get a kick out of it. Now, if that man starts to improve himself, let's be realistic. They don't like that. Okay? And usually they trying to stay where they at. So when the man starts growing as a person, he's going to eventually outgrow her because she's going to stay where she is. And then she's going to get upset with him for outgrowing her. But a lot of times they wanted to, take credit for giving the man the idea to grow as a person in the first place. So why are you mad at the man who took your advice and said, let me grow myself as a person? If you the one told it, okay, and you the one inspired them, because they always trying to take some credit for what the man done did. Well, when he started growing, why ain't you grow with him? But then he mess around and leave, and don't leave with no white woman. Don't leave and end up meeting some white woman. Then it's really bad. They really got some negative things to say. But you swear you gave him the idea to grow as a person. So why you didn't grow with him then? That's what makes sense to me. Okay, it's crazy. All right. Now, this is the thing. Okay. Shout out to Trust. She said she grew her waistline, Roger. Well, I'm definitely not going to say that ain't happening. I'm definitely not going to say that. But now, as we look at the different things going on, okay, see, men are always going to be credited with a community, especially when it's inconvenient for Black women. They never want to take part of saying that, this is our community, this is what we made. They always going to say it's some man's fault. Even though they've been in control, they're going to say it's a man's fault. And y'all, let's think about this from a realistic basis, because this is not me just trying to crack jokes at people. I'm trying to get people to understand some real things about life. When you think of a bad neighborhood, just think about it, y'all. Think of a bad neighborhood. What you really think about is a neighborhood, okay, especially in the context of Black people. What you think about is a neighborhood where you do not have men as head of households. Now, again, I get a lot of people don't think about it in that context, but be realistic. We as Black folks, we think about a bad neighborhood, right? Talking about other Black folks. What neighborhood you think about? You're thinking about a neighborhood where men are not head of households. That's what you're thinking about. Now, a lot of people would think about, well, people are in poverty. Well, if you don't have a man as a head of a household, isn't it going to be usual for that particular household to be in a little bit more poverty than other households? If other households has a man of a head of a house, don't that man probably bring an income into that household, which would correspond with less poverty because you have a man bringing in money into the household? But when you think about these bad neighborhoods, you're really talking about households where women are the heads. And people say, well, you know what? Black men need to fix the community. Well, Black men are doing that. All the brothers who are respectable, productive, functional, and believe in Black men's leadership, they're doing that day in, day out because they are becoming something. Okay? They may be going to the military. Okay? They may be in college, working on some degree. They may be in a trade school so they can learn to perform some type of task, become employed or self-employed. All right. Same thing for the guys in college. They're going to become employees. A few of them are going to become employers themselves. Okay. Some of us, we're going to go to the military, and you get the benefits that come with going to the military because the military is a job. Everybody don't necessarily get that right off bat, but the military is a job. You get paid and you get benefits. All right. You do some dangerous work sometime, but you get paid and you get benefits. Also, you have men who go out and they get a job. I'm talking about men who are 18 years old and They have graduated high school. They're doing these different things where they go get a job, and some of them start a business as well. Are they improving the Black community by doing these things? Absolutely they are. How can you say they're not? But a lot of folks don't want to give credit to them. But that's literally improving the Black community. Having Black men having incomes so they can provide for themselves and others is literally improving the Black community. But a lot of people don't want to give them any kind of credit. They say, well, Black men need to fix the community. But what are they talking about? They're usually talking about a place where you don't have men that are heads of households. So now we have an intriguing situation that needs to be dealt with. Because if you got a bunch of men who are doing something, but they're not doing anything where they're not heads of households, who's going to, quote unquote, fix the community? Because somebody wants somebody to come in and do something. Women beg for men to do, quote unquote, community stuff because they don't want the responsibilities of doing stuff that they need to do for themselves. When you talk about fixing the community, what are you asking men to do who are not head of households? And a lot of times they do go to these kids, right? Well, what about the kids? Well, if you're a functional, productive, respectable Black man, your children live with you. Now, people may say, well, what about the fathers who they had kids, but the woman is part of the dysfunctional, anti-family, single mother community? Well, if the kids ain't in his house, what you want him to do? They not with him. They could be with him. Why would he worry about the conditions that his kids are in if he has a place where his kids can be? What if you're doing something and you're being productive? You need to go help the mother with her situation. Why would you do that as a man? You got a place that you go home, you go to sleep. Your bed is somewhere. If you have children, the children can be in that same place. They can sleep in the same place you sleep at. Whether you live in the mansion, you might be balling out of control. You might be in the mansion. You might be in a house. You might be in an apartment. But you ain't homeless, so you good. Your children can come live exactly where you are. But a lot of people don't want to connect the fact that Black men's children could live in their father's home, as functional people do commonly. It is very common for functional people to grow up in their father's home. Did y'all hear that? It's very common for functional people to grow up in their father's home. It's a very common thing. Now, I know when you start thinking about Black folks, people act like these are mysteries. This is not a mystery. It's a very common thing for functional people to grow up in their father's home. Okay, you know what the father's home has? Got beds. They go out and they buy beds for their children. I know it sounds crazy, but this happens on a regular basis, okay? It happens on a regular basis. I know a lot of children who grew up in a functional home and they got beds, okay? Sometimes they share rooms, sometimes they got their own room, but they all seem to have a bed. All right? Now, I'm not going to tell you in yesteryear, Black folks were struggling when people didn't necessarily have a bed. But in today's world, we're in 2025. They got beds, man. They got beds. Now, I get it. People say, well, yeah, I grew up and I was living with my mom. And we all had to share this, and we didn't even have a bed in the house. Okay? I grew up, we used to sleep 3 to the bed. Now, years and years ago, especially like before the civil rights movement and things like that, you had struggles like that where black folks, a lot of black men, we came out of slavery, we would get into a certain place, and we had to go through those struggles as a family. We did that. Okay. It was decades of us going through that as a struggle as families. But stuff got better and children started getting their own beds. So when you think about it, y'all, when you see people doing interviews, a lot of times you'll see like people who make it to, professional sports or something in the entertainment level, and they'll tell you these stories about how they had to share a bed with their brothers and sisters while they were growing up. Who are they usually talking about? They grew up in a mama's home. They grew up in a home where their mama was head of household. You don't really hear this when dad is head of household. When dad is head of a household, he wants his child to have a bed. Okay? Now, I've said plenty of times I can find you a guy with no legs. Could you find a man somewhere and his child don't have a bed? If you look long enough, sure, maybe you can find one or two. But typically, a man wants his child to have a bed. Now, I understand that this is probably not that much of a priority in a household that is ran by women, which is why you get so many stories of children coming out of poverty and they get into the spotlight some kind of way. And they got this story there. Me and my two brothers had to share a bed. I didn't share a bed when I grew up, but I grew up in my father's home. So we had beds. Everybody had their bed. The only people who shared a bed was my parents. Everybody had a bed. Okay? I come from a big family. I go spend the night at my cousin's place, right? You know what my cousins had? Beds. It didn't make a difference how many kids was in that household. They all had a bed. I am 100% unaware of any cousin that I've ever had that did not have their own bed. But those households had fathers in them. So now, again, we talk about fixing the community. What are we talking about fixing? Because as a man, are you asking me to come to your home and paint your kitchen? What are we talking about when we talk about fixing the community? Are you saying I need to come to your house and paint your kitchen so the quote unquote community can be fixed? What are we talking about? Are we saying that I need to come and donate some money so you can buy your children beds so they can stop sleeping three to a bed? Well, don't they got a daddy? Don't they have a daddy? Okay. Okay. Shout out to Trail Bentley. It just so happens, y'all. He say, I bought new beds this year. They went from twin beds to queen size. Shout out to Trail Bentley. Proof that fathers want their children to have beds. And you know what? I understand this may sound crazy to y'all because a lot of people don't present things like this because it's a very real thing. And it hit close to home for some folks because we hear the stories of these children that grew up in a mama-led home. Okay, mama was the head of the household. Some dude going to the NBA and he talking about I had to share a bed with my two brothers. Which I know that's not fun. It sounds crazy to me as a child that never had to worry about sharing a bed with somebody because I didn't have one. Like that never came up for me. Now I can remember sharing a bed while I was visiting someone else's home because it wasn't where I grew up. So yeah, I've shared beds with people, but I've never been at home and we were struggling to the point that everybody didn't have a bed. Everybody had a bed. My mom and dad shared one. All the children had their own beds. I don't remember not having a bed. And I'm not saying that like I'm bragging, because that's not a big brag to say I had a bed. What I'm saying is these type of things happen when fathers are head of households. Children get beds. So again, we're talking about fixing the community. What are we talking about? Are we talking about children behaving? Because people say we need to fix the community, and they're referring to children who do not act in a productive way. They don't act in a respectable way. They don't act in a functional way. And you can vary how much they need to do of each of those things based on age and sometimes even based on gender. But when you say, come fix what are you asking me to do? Are you asking me to come to your home and raise your children? Because you do have all these single mothers who got children, and they say men need to come do something. What about the kids? You know, we hear that stuff all the time. What about the kids? What do you need me to come do for your children? And you're their mother, and you did not have those children with me. What do you need me to do for your children? Would you want me to buy them beds or something? Okay, you want me to buy them clothes so they don't have to share clothes with each other? You want me to buy food and put it in the home? Why ain't you got a job? We do live in a society where women can have jobs now. Okay, it ain't like we in one of those places where women can't have jobs. So what you want me to do? The quote unquote fix the community. You want me to feed your kids? What you want me to do? You want me to come to your neighborhood, say go to some corner and tell your children to stop hanging out on the corner? Is that what you want me to do? You want me to go to a group of, let's say some, you got a guy somewhere between 18 and 24 years old. They hang out at the liquor store. You want me to go tell your children to stop hanging out at the liquor store? When you say fix the community, what are we talking about? Y'all need to do something about these thugs. The thugs that are your children, those thugs, the thug that can stay out at the corner at the liquor store doing nothing with themselves. I'm not even saying they doing something illegal or whatever. The ones who just doing nothing with themselves, they just hanging, cracking jokes, being nobodies. Okay, doing nothing productive. So what you want me to come to the corner and tell your children? Okay, yeah, they may be 18 to 24 at the time, but they're your children. You want me to come tell your children to go do something productive with themselves and get off the corner? Is that what you want me to do? What are we talking about when we say fix the community? Okay, do you want me to come to your home and rebuild your porch? Is that what you're talking about? Is your home falling apart? You want me to come rebuild your porch? Is that what it is? Do you want me to come paint your house? We talking about fixing the community. Now, the thing is, if we're talking about fixing the community, well, Black women can participate in the community. They can't be the community. The community gonna always be men. And I accept that as a man. It's cool. It ain't the end of the world. Okay, I accept that. So when you say, come help me fix up the community, what are you asking me to do? As a brother that is respectable, functional, and productive, that live in Black men's leadership, that believes in Black men's leadership, we already doing that type of stuff for ourselves. We do that type of stuff with our wives. We do that type of stuff with our children. So when we say, we need you brothers to come help fix the community, what are y'all talking about? Because brothers trying to provide homes for their children. Brothers trying to provide homes for their wives. They wives have certain issues that come up. And you know what their wives do? They tell their husband they have a problem. You know what the husbands do? The husbands come up with a solution for their problems. That's what husbands do. And they end up getting their problems situated. They get it fixed. They get whatever the thing is. She needs something replaced. They get it replaced. Y'all, I got a guest coming in. Let me let the guest get the mic. Shout out to A Taste of Butt and Wine is Fine. These names be something else. But shout out to A Taste of Butt and Wine is Fine. I'm going to go ahead and turn the mic over to him, and let's see where he goes with this. Go ahead, my brother. How you doing?
I'm good, man. I just came from a buffet. Right? Just finished eating.
Straight from the buffet.
Yeah, man. It's a delicacy out here, right? It's a delicacy. Sometimes they serve ass and wine. So, and I know you don't like to cuss. That's why I put ass. I mean, on butt. So, but Roger, I'm gonna have to respectfully disagree with you here. Should women help the black? Okay, first of all, I classify community as the black race. So when it comes to fixing the black race, especially a black American race, we need their help. We absolutely need their help. This is a two-man job. This is a two-man operation, right? Because one of the things that we can really, really, really need their help on is the way they manage these out of, like, how they manage their children. 60% of our children are in single-parent mother-led homes. That destroys the next generation. So right then and there, we're going to absolutely need their cooperation, because the next group of kids are coming up under their leadership. There's growing up under their standards of normity, right? Another thing where we have to recognize is when Obama did Our Brother's Keeper, where he wanted to put black boys in tech, right? Who stepped in and destroyed that? Black women. We need their cooperation if we're going to fix the black community, as meaning in the race of black people in America. We're going to absolutely need their help, because right now they're going to either be a roadblock in the things we're trying to achieve, or they're going to be feedback. Or they're going to be either they're going to be a roadblock for us, or they're going to be a support system. But we absolutely, there's just been all types of sayings. No society surpasses its women, and the women is the barometer to let us know where we are as a society. You absolutely need their cooperation. It's paramount, right? So instead of out here having hot girl summer and all this stuff, maybe we teach them flick your bean and stuff your taco with two fingers, right? It's safer, disease-free, and you don't have a bill after it. So that's where we absolutely need their cooperation there. No, I'll
Okay. Now my thing is interesting take. I'm gonna say interesting take, and shout out to Perfect Timing Podcast Live. Always good to see you, brother. Always good to see you. So this is the thing. So we talk about fixing the community. What we gonna fix and how we gonna get that done. Now you brought up the fact that black kids not necessarily doing what they need to do on these test scores. Not saying that's not a real thing. That is a very real thing. And yes, that is going to affect the future. Now, the issue is who these kids belong to and who raising these kids, because black fathers have an issue with children not getting good grades. I've been seeing this since I was literally a child, not just in my own family, not even just in extended families. The kids who had to go home and answer to their daddies, usually had to get some decent grades. You know, you went to school, there was other kids at school. Children who had to go home and answer to their fathers usually were required to get decent grades. I'm not going to even say the best and most exemplary. I'm just going to say decent grades, just to make it a little easier. Okay. Now, there were kids who didn't have to answer to their dad. They can pretty much do what they wanted to do. You know, their mama didn't really give them no issues about their report cards.
Well, I mean, I really didn't talk about grades. I'm just saying that you're leaving kids under the tutelage of single mothers. And even if you want to say, well, okay, if my biological child is with the woman, not with me, it's not my child. Okay, fine. But that child still belongs to the black community.
No, I understand. And there's going to be a perspective. Like I said, there's an outsider perspective of the black community. They're going to look at the whole. They're not going to look at the separated pieces.
Because I don't agree with you that the black community is just men. The black community could be
I said the community is made up of men. Women and children can participate in it, but anytime you remove a group of men, that community no longer exists.
No, but I disagree. But that's just not true. That's just not true.
Where has it never not been true?
Well, because even when the men go to war and they all, for example, Angola, right? When most of the men have because of war, but they still exist. Angolan women still exist. Angolan children still exist.
I mean, saying Angolan just means you were born in Angola. But as far as a community of
those tribes in Angola still exist. Tutsi and Hutu in Rwanda still exist. Like 80% of the men and died off. Tutsi and Tutsi.
Yeah, but the men are there. They may not be in large number, but men are there. Once you remove the men,
but Roger, I'm saying you need everyone. It's not just one gender.
I'm not arguing what you need. I'm saying a community is made up of men. Now, there's going to be women and children who participate in that community. That's always been their way, but it is made up of men. Because once the men are gone, the community don't exist.
That's not true because we can look at Australia, right? The Aboriginals. There's no more pure blood Aboriginals anymore. They're all like half breeds or something else. If you no longer have the men, it dies out. If you no longer have that bloodline of women, it also dies out. They become different bloodline of people, different group of people, different DNA.
Okay. Still sound like once the men gone, it's over with.
Well, I mean, it's the same thing. If all the black women that carry the black culture would go away, and all the black men created other races of women, you breed yourself out.
No, I'm not saying you can't, but the thing is, if FBA men reproduce children with non-FBA women, we're still gonna have a FBA people.
No, you're going to be something else. Am I echoing? Is that me?
I'm not hearing it, and I turned my mic down because I thought maybe I was giving feedback because I turned mine up.
I can hear it. Yeah, you echoing. Oh, damn, I'm echoing.
Okay, I'll sign out and come back in. I'll sign and come back in.
Well, it could be me. It could be me.
Let's see. Am I echoing? Yeah, I think it is you, Roger. I'm echoing.
Okay, wait, let's do this. Mr. X came up, so let's let him get the mic real quick. I'm gonna go reset my phone, and I'll just come back, and hopefully that'll clear it up. Because I know somebody said something to me earlier, and I tried to make some adjustment. Okay, so Mr. X, you got it, and then Truth Teller can follow him up. Go ahead, Mr. X. How you doing, brother?
Hey, Roger. I'm doing all right. Shout out to you as a host. I know you got to fix some technical issues, so go ahead and handle that. I'll get my introduction knocked out, and I'll pass it on to the next man. Yeah. So I'm looking at this. There's a couple of things you guys are talking about. You guys are talking about community. It doesn't seem to be in the way that maybe people are looking at it differently. So there's no well, you can debate this, I suppose, and that's part of this discussion. The community is going to include men, women, and children, with the community led by the men. And so Roger does have a point. When the men are gone, then basically you just got a loose confederation of women and children, and that's where the community. Okay, fine. That's where the chaos comes from, right?
Right, I agree with you, but that
okay,
part,
Roger. Okay, fine. And then as far as women actually helping the community, I agree with you on that part. They do have to help because they do play a role. Because, again, community, men, women, and children. So you need the women too. Here's the issue that we're running into. You got to have cooperative, agreeable, and amenable women, right? Or women who are amenable to the program. So the ones who are not amenable and cooperative, they're useless at this point. And that's what we're running into, right? And then we can put this on the men too. We got some men who are basically contrary. We don't need them either. The thing is that that's going to be the main focus. Just the men and the women working together and providing guidance, direction, support, and discipline to the children, and giving them, instruction, culture, all the stuff that they need in order to be productive citizens and adults as they grow up and become and go into young adulthood. So yeah, everybody does have a role to play. The problem is that, and this is what I'm seeing and what we're running into, is that there's a group of women who are uncooperative and not doing their part, and they're actually doing everything they can to shut the men out. So they have a part to play, and if they think they're the community, that's where their breakdown is. Because I've actually had this discussion with other people, and outside of the Roger Report, and there are women who truly believe that the community is women and children, and no men. You got to have male leadership. You got to have the male leadership in there, and the reason I say that is this. Is that when it all fails and it goes to hell, and that's where we are in some of these areas, education, discipline, productivity, and all this other stuff, quality of life issues, then what a lot of the women do is they blame the men. So how are you blaming the men if you're not there with them, working with the men in cooperation? See, all of that stuff falls on you. I'm happy to blame the men for everything 100%, but I bet you better have a man that you answer to. That's what I would say with that. And I'll go ahead and land right there and pass the mic.
Well, I want to say before Truth Steller starts, what what Mr. X just said is I have the same standpoint as him. I have the exact same standpoint. So please proceed.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Well, here I'm a dump dumb nigga logic into the game. Women, black women can't help us with the community because everything is our fault. How the hell are they gonna help us if they can't take responsibility for anything bad that happens in the community? If it's always our fault, even if they've done the wrong, how can we expect them to help us while they're actually literally trying to sabotage us? I don't know about y'all, but a nigga who spent the last 400 years sabotaging a nigga, I don't think that's going to be my ally in building anything. And they have it so well built that they do it out of spite too, but they literally just do it out of instinct now. And when you ask them, well, why are you doing that? It's going to hurt the community. They look at you like you crazy. So if they are both part of the community and then also not part of the community, they can't help the community. They're ghosts. They're in and out. So no, they can't help the community. You got to be invested in the community in order to help it. And yeah, they're not invested. So that's why they can't help.
Okay, well, you finished. I didn't want to cut you off.
Yeah, do you think?
Yeah, so that's why I said they have to follow the cooperation, leadership, and guidance of the men, because at the end of the day, and this is the problem that black men have been having, is that even though there are no men involved in a lot of these issues where there's problems, men are getting the blame. Black men specifically, and then not only do the women do it, but society as a whole does it. All you got to do is just listen to any talking point. When somebody's discussing black people and black issues, they always default, and it doesn't matter who the person is or what race is or gender, they always default to what black men are doing or not doing. Black fathers are not in the homes. I'm like, yes, the hell we are. Yes, we absolutely are. Now, are there homes where the men are absent? Yeah. Okay, so that's where your dysfunction is coming from. But the ones where it's like Roger was talking about, those kids have bed. Those kids are getting education. Those kids are not the ones out in the street, creating problems and chaos all over the place. Those kids with the fathers and active fathers too, they're doing fine. They may have some issues and problems here, but very quickly the fathers get them back on track. You can't find a young person that's being raised by their father that don't know how to read at grade level. I have yet to meet a black man who has children and these kids cannot read at the level they're supposed to read at. Whether it's college or 8th grade or middle school, they're all on level. They're all on task. I don't see that with the men. So we can't put this stuff on men and then, the women not do their part and be cooperative and then just blame it all on the men. So that's where the disconnect is. Don't you? I mean, I know you guys see that, right?
Well, I want to say this because I'm going to disagree with Truth a little bit. I do understand that men are to blame, but I would say the situations or the L's that plague this community today is easily 90% black women's fault. The reason why we have single mother epidemic is because black women choose it to be that way. And most of the problems that the black community have, you can trace it back to single motherhood. Our health conditions is because of single motherhood. Our academic performance is because of single motherhood. Our job outlooks is because of single motherhood. Neighborhood safety goes back to single motherhood. Prison to pipeline. It all goes back to single motherhood because she has decided that she did not need a man to raise for her children. And she made an executive decision to say that her child was not worth being loved and was not worth having a two-parent household. She prioritized herself over the child. And you see what happens. You see what happens when adults prioritize themselves over the future offspring. This is what you get. Now pass the mic on that.
All right. I'm gonna jump in real quick. Sorry about the technical difficulties. I hope that kind of cleared up the stuff. I've been unmuted, so I haven't heard anybody saying something about y'all still hearing the echo. So
Can
hopefully
anybody hear
everything's
me?
cleared up.
No, we don't hear no echo. We can hear you.
Okay, cool.
Roger, I just want to say something based on what he said. I was being sarcastic when I said it's black man's fault. I wasn't. I don't agree with that.
I got you.
But you was preaching. So I didn't want to stop you. So go ahead. All right. Sorry, Roger. Go ahead.
No problem. And let me say real quick, and I got two other guests that I'm about to get y'all in. I'm gonna say shout out to Theo Wolf. I see you in the audience, and I know your name carries some weight, so I just put you as a moderator because I don't want nobody bothering you. Y'all, sometimes people got it like that. Okay, his name carries some weight. Okay, shout out to him. I know he's doing a lot of great work and helping out with Black Manosphere. I'm losing the word for right now.
Cybersecurity training. He does cybersecurity training.
Yeah, and he helps with the Black Manosphere Conclave. Okay, so shout out to him for that. All right, welcome to the best show on social media, brother. Welcome to the best show on social media. Champ Car for Life, I'm gonna go ahead and let you get in, and then we're gonna get Jado right after you, and then we'll continue. Go ahead, my brother.
Okay. Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, good. How y'all doing on this Thursday? I wish I could say that that we do need help from black women, but because of the powers that be, with the influx of feminism and this granocracy movement that has gotten a hold of the black community, particularly among black women, it's virtually impossible to want to work with them and everything else because of the things that was just said just moments ago. That you have an issue with single parent motherhood and everything else. 54% of us black men are single with no children, but remember, 5 years ago during the George Floyd incident and everything else, they had that image of that black woman and a child and everything else raising the black fist. Where was the black man there? They're sending a message to them that, you know, you don't need a black man in there, you know, to fight, for human rights and everything else. And that's the issue going on right now, is that, you know, they've done a very good job of separating, you know, black men and black women and everything else through the Great Society, you know, from Lyndon Johnson and everything else, you know, giving benefits for women during that time period. So and now because of it, you got a generational um, destruction. You know, not destruction. I mean, you got a dent. You know, that's been placed on, you know, for the last 60 years that's really, you know, helped that's hurt the black community because of these programs and because of this movement called feminism, which was a white woman's issue. It was never a black woman's issue. But, you know, after that, you know, they basically said, you know, we don't need no man. We can do whatever we want and everything else. And so because of it, you got a whole bunch of dysfunctional generation of black people that are being brought up and everything else, and they are struggling, you know, financially, struggling trying to create businesses and jobs and everything else. But, you know, before segregation, we were together, you know, we used to have black men, you know, we used to have our own businesses and everything else. Sometimes black women can stay home and everything else and, you know, watch their children and everything else while the black man goes to work and everything else, working in the factories and everything else. But now it's not happening. It's not happening and everything else. You got a lot of black women, you know, who are very, very rebellious and everything else. You got a lot of them that are talking about divesting and everything else, trying to find themselves a white man. That's been going on for generations, but it's really picked up, you know, over the last 60 years. So it's very, very hard for black men and black women to work together to fix the community and everything else. And that's why, you know, basically collectively as black men, we're going to make the ones that are going to have to do it. So I land my plane there.
All right. Jado is here, so Jado, you got it.
Right, salute. Let's go take this call real quick.
Salute, Roger. Salute, fellas on the panel, everybody in the chat, and replay gang as well. To the question of the show, should women help black men fix the community? Yeah, with the operative word being should, yes, absolutely, they should. Do I think they will be doing that or will do that? I don't think so. So I think it would only take place with black men pretty much leading the charge. I just don't think they will at this point. I know a lot of times I've been doing some casual thinking about things. We talk about black women taking accountability. And maybe this is, again, might be a fault in my logic or whatever. I don't genuinely think that they are capable of fully taking accountability. I don't think they have that in them. I don't think it's part of their nature overall. And, you know what I'm saying? I could be wrong. And again, there are instances where, you know, you may have a black woman taking accountability for something, some small instances here and there, you know what I mean? But I just don't think that's the norm. And I think any accountability is going to have to be forced upon them by men, black men, particularly. And I don't know. I think for me, I've just been thinking like maybe the quote unquote black community, man, maybe it's just not going to look the way that we've come to think of it as looking. Like maybe it won't look like what we've seen, like from, I guess, post Reconstruction until maybe even now, you know, or maybe, you know, I don't know, the 80s or 70s, I don't know, whatever year or era you want to put on that. Maybe it just won't look the way that we think it should look or want it to look. Maybe it's going to look different, you know, and you know, maybe again, like I think I don't know, 100, 200, 300, 400 years from now, man, it's just going to look totally different from what we could imagine or what we would, again, try to make it look like. Might not look the same. And I think we maybe might have to just live with that. I mean, we'll be everybody on this call or on this panel, we'll be long gone. So I think we just need to make the best decisions or whatever we can right now. And again, the chips are going to fall where they may. And also, yeah, with the community thing, man, Roger, I agree with you. And I don't know what the brother's name is today, but I think we get into the black and white thinking too much, man. Like, it's a thing. It all comes together as far as and I do it as well. But yeah, you don't have a community without the men, but you don't have a community without the women, and you don't have a community without the children. You're not reproducing. So all of it goes together, man. I think absolutely, if you take the man away, you don't have a community. But if you take the woman away, you don't have it either. It all goes together. It's like a ecological system, so to speak, or whatever. Anyway, I'll end right there. Thanks for having me, Roger. Appreciate it.
All right. Yeah. And I'm going to clarify that for y'all. I'm going to say it again, y'all. What I said is men make a community. Women and children will participate in it because they're going to grow up and do something that they want to do when they become adults. They may leave altogether. See, if you're a young lady, you grow up, you become a woman, you may go to a different community. That is her choice. She lives in America. She can go choose to be in a different community. There's some women who gonna go. Heck, some people will fall in love as kids. Okay. And they're gonna stay together. And she may happen to fall in love with some little white boy she went to school with, and she gonna go be part of that white community. Just is what it is. That's real life, y'all. Women can participate, but they don't make a community. It's the difference between participating in something and making something. Okay, that's what I'm saying. That's what the difference is. Now, when it comes down to it, people will always tell you what men have to do, and a lot of the requests or a lot of things that they suggest men have to do is doing for women who are not attached to them and children that are not attached to them. And my thing is, can we even actually mentally wrap our minds around the fact that women have a job to do if they're going to be in something with us? I keep saying that there's two major subsections. There is black men who are productive, functional. Okay, they believe in black men's leadership. Okay, they're respectable, and the wives they have. I didn't say just random women they know. Wives they have. See, the wives is invested because the husband is invested. She's invested in whatever her husband is doing. The children that live in their homes, which means, yeah, possibly you have a man like that, but he may have a kid or two that does not live in his home. Why would I be pressing him about some kid who don't live in his home? The kid could live in his home. He get his kid a bed. He get his kid a room. So the kid needs to be in his home. If the kid ain't in his home, that ain't part of us. Unfortunately, he had a baby with a dysfunctional woman, and she chose to be a part of a different community, this anti-family single mother community. It's dysfunctional. When you have something that's dysfunctional, you separate it from the other things because you don't want the dysfunctional thing to poison the other things. That's just what it is. And then people, we say we need, men need to fix the community, and people say it in this abstract way. We're talking about persons, people, and things. We're talking about nouns. So what are you asking a man to do? Are you asking me to paint your kitchen? Is that going to quote unquote fix the community? Are you asking me to raise your children? Okay. And I'm saying we got to be realistic about stuff that's being said. What y'all men, y'all don't go check these guys. We got thugs out here in the street, and y'all don't go check them. Check who? Your sons? The son that live in your home. The son that you don't want me to actually do anything with. I can't spank your children. That's going to be an issue for you. I can't put your kid on a timeout. I can't put your kid in the corner for a half hour. You don't want me to raise your child, but then you say, well, y'all need to do something about these thugs that were never taught to respect me in the first place. That's what you want me to do something with? You want me to go talk to them when you done taught them for 18, 19, 20 plus years to not respect men's authority? So if I go try to check your sons who you taught never to respect anything I say, what are we doing? Sound like we wasting time. That would sound like.
They want you to take ownership of these bastards. And I'm not talking about the curse word. I mean the literal term. And look up the definition, y'all. They want you to take ownership of these bastards. That's what they want.
Raj, everybody, this is part of the reason why we're having a problem right now in the black community. It's Raj, you just said, you're right. You got a lot of these anti black nuclear families, you know, within our own community who are just dependent on just raising single children and everything else, and then they will have a problem, you know, when crime goes amok and everything else. Well, whose fault that is and everything else? Where's your man? Why couldn't you keep the man in the house and everything else? I mean, because you guys were just arguing, fussing and everything else, and you're always bitching about, well, the man needs to provide for me and everything else. I'm not going 50-50. There's your problem. If you're not willing to go 50-50, then you're going to have some issues and everything else going long term.
Well, so it's not even that. I mean, because the babies are already here, the kids are already here. So that 50-50 thing that's not even the issue. It's you refuse male leadership. So one of the big issues here is there's a messaging problem, right? Well, I would say black men have a messaging problem because we get it, right? It seems like everybody here that's having this discussion gets it. Men, women, and children, everybody working in cooperation. The ones who are rebellious and contrary, they're not part of the group, and they're supposed to fall by the wayside and they're you know, essentially die on the vine. The thing is that that's not what's happening. Those people, especially the ones who are anti-family, and understand it's not just women who are anti-family. There are organizations. But there are organizations, black organizations that are talking about alternative families, that, you know, men aren't necessarily needed as part of family. Like, there are black organizations that endorse that too. So there is a messaging problem as far as what the responsible and productive black men are doing versus what, you know, a lot of women and then some of these black organizations are doing. Like, their message is stronger and it's getting out better. I'm not saying it's our fault. Maybe it is. I don't know. But the thing is that
I don't know if that's the problem though. But so hold on, because I sense it here in this discussion too. Nigga, we got problems with giving grace where it's not deserved. Because I don't know if y'all been hearing yourselves when y'all talk about these women. You can hear that you pity them for the error in their ways, like it's not on them. Listen, man, if somebody make a mistake and they got to deal with the consequences, nigga, that's their fault. I don't care that they got to deal with the consequences. I don't care how hard it is for them. I don't care why it's difficult in their life. I don't care why they going broke. I don't care why these niggas end up in jail. That's the path they chose. But we don't approach it like that, even in this circle. We approach it like, let's give them some grace. That's the problem. Grace is not necessary unless they're deserving of it. And niggas want to give grace to undeserving hoes.
So
we got to get out of it.
It's not so much that they're getting grace. It's just we have a serious messaging problem because everything you just said is very clear to anybody who's in this discussion.
You missed my point. It's not about them. It's about us. We should not be talking about them in a graceful manner.
Well, I don't hear anybody doing that. What I'm telling you is that our message is not stronger than theirs.
Okay, well, hold on.
It has nothing to do with the message, Kev. That's what I'm
yes,
saying.
it is. Yes,
let me interject this. Now, I had multiple channels. I said multiple things out here. I have literally said, because people talk about, the children is a real crux for black men. When they start throwing up this children stuff, and I have literally said some of these kids supposed to die. And that's just what it is, because I understand how the real world operates. Some kid gonna do something because they ain't raised right. And when you start doing stuff, death may come behind it. I literally just talked to somebody. I found out somebody was stealing. And I said, do you understand the door you open by stealing something? You open up the door to death. If somebody kills you, what am I supposed to say when they killed you because you stole something? Now, everybody can argue, well, that don't mean somebody got to die. It don't mean they don't. You steal something from somebody, they going to react how they want to. And if you dead, I really don't have nothing I can say on your behalf because you a thief at that point. What am I supposed? Why would I waste my time trying to explain, why this thief didn't have to die? That don't even make sense. What happened if he came to your house and stole something? Would you shoot the man that broke into your house to rob you? So don't tell me nothing about, you supposed to be able to get away with stuff. Everybody want to say that type of stuff till they come into their own house.
It's not just a messaging issue. It's really a moral issue that's plaguing us and everything else. Because we can go up there and say all the right things and everything else, but behind closed doors, we're doing some of this stuff, that's inappropriate and everything else. As Dr. Claude Anderson, once said, about inappropriate behavior that's plaguing us in the Black community. If you read his book Paranomics and everything.
Well, my thing is this.
It's a moral issue. We allow these type of play these little foolish games, and everything else, knowing it is wrong and everything else, but we still do it and everything is over and over, and that's what's jacking us up.
What I'm gonna say, I think our mentality is not really going at things the way it really kind of needs to, because the community is a noun.
Bingo.
Okay,
Right.
the community is a noun. That means it's a person, place, or thing. So when you're talking about fixing something, I want to know what person, place, or thing do you want me to participate in getting fixed? What is it that I need to fix? Because I ain't got no kids out here causing crimes. Okay, my wife ain't out here selling stuff selling herself on the corner. What am I supposed to fix? You need to tell me what you actually want me to do from a physical and mental standpoint. What do you want me to put something into? People talk about your energy. What are you asking me to put my energy into? Because if you a man and you grow up in this society and you are a respectable man, a functional man, and a productive man, and you believe in Black men's leadership, you're already fixing the community because you're taking care of yourself and you're positioning yourself to take care of a wife one day and children one day. So why do I need that dude to do anything other than what he's already doing? I don't see him being a problem. He buying a home. He protecting his home. Eventually, somebody may be in the home with him. Maybe he stays single. Maybe he never get married, never have kids. His wife ain't no problem if he never got married. His kids ain't no problem if he never had kids. So what is he supposed to be doing to quote unquote fix the community? Ain't he doing a great job just by existing as a respectable, productive, functional man that believes in Black men's leadership? But now when you ask me to do something with somebody else, as I was saying earlier, you want me to come check your children, but you gonna tell me I can't hit your kid. I can't punish your kid in any kind of way because you don't want me to punish your child. And this is a real thing. I told y'all, my father put us all in scouts because one of my brothers wanted to be a scout. So now we all had to be in. And he became a scoutmaster, an assistant scoutmaster, technically, but a scoutmaster. So I saw women try to drop boys off to Boy Scouts. And they had an issue with Black men's leadership at the Scouts. And they had to have conversations about, well, if your boy going to be a Boy Scout, we the leaders of these groups, he got to do what we say. And they talking about you can't make him do this and you can't make him take him. He don't need to be no scout. Because mama ain't going to let him be under the control of some men. Now you already dropping him off because you already got rid of his dad some kind of way. And now you telling another group of men that you're not paying about what they can't tell your son to do. But you want the community fixed? How does that work?
I think when they speak like that, the overwhelming majority of them it's a diversion tactic. Man. It's just to keep the blame off of them, the fault off of them. So to keep black men on some everlasting like hamster wheel or a dog chasing his tail, so they'll come up with these, these so-called tasks that we should do. And then if that task were to, gets done, then they'll change it and say, no, that's not what I wanted you to do. Do it this way. It's a never ending, it's rhetoric and it's a diversion tactic, man. That's all it is, really.
Well, I just want to point out when the thing I was referencing as grace is actually something similar to that, right? What grace also is worrying about the outcomes of these people. That's also a form of grace. And that's what I'm saying. What we have to recognize is the hardship, the difficulties, the problems that they're facing. Those are not problems to solve. Those are outcomes of bad decisions. They're supposed to be that way. Life is not supposed to be all smiles. When you make a bad decision, there's repercussions that you have to suffer for those bad decisions. We hear the women complaining. Niggas like, oh, we got to do something. No, we don't. There's a reason why they are suffering what they're suffering. Our problem is we don't want them to suffer anything, even the stuff they earned. There's a difference between being a victim and being a earned loser. And we have a problem with determining the difference between the two.
But I mean, I'm gonna say truth. I gotta rock with truth teller because, yeah, I've said time and time again, if a woman has a problem, the way she's supposed to solve her problem is to go tell her husband. Now, if her husband think her problem is big enough to bring in other men, then we'll bring in other men. But if you got a problem, go tell your husband. And a lot of women, when I tell them this, they say, well, I don't have a husband. And my thinking, well, you ain't got nobody to tell, so I guess you're going to figure it out yourself. Now, that sounds harsh to people. But ain't she supposed to have a problem if she ain't got no husband? I don't know about y'all. My daddy taught me people supposed to have issues when they don't do certain things. If you don't watch your weight, you're supposed to be fat. If you don't wash your behind, you're supposed to stink. If you're irresponsible, you're supposed to have nothing. Though that is exactly how stuff's supposed to operate. If you don't brush your teeth, you'll end up without any. That's what's supposed to happen. It's not an abnormal thing for you to never brush your teeth and then you start losing. That's not abnormal at all. That's exactly what's supposed to happen. Now, we look at stuff with women and we want them to do things that ain't supposed to happen. People talk about, well, black women are in poverty. I look at the numbers and I say that black women ain't married. Ain't a bunch of single women supposed to be broke?
It's supposed to be. They're definitely not doing the jobs that will make them not broke, so they supposed to be.
What is there for me to fix? She's single and she broke. Sounds like the right thing happened. What is there for me to fix? So that's why I'm really trying to get people to understand when you say black men fix the community. Okay, well, what are we going to do? And do the women have a job in helping us? Because if you want to, quote unquote, fix community, how do you achieve that as a woman if you ain't listening to the men that's doing the fix? But nobody seems to have requirements for women. I said in the past, I helped somebody move, man. It was a disgrace. I showed up with my buddy, a male. We knew a female. Her grandma was moving. It looked like they just decided to move when we showed up. That's what it looked like. Nothing was packed up properly.
God damn.
We was there. I'm telling you, bro, that's what it looked like. It looked like they just decided we finna move. Now, we done brought people up, and then they didn't even give us nothing good to eat. They got us some cold sandwiches at the end of the day. We helping you move all this stuff. Me and my man, we mad at it's a female friend at the time. We are furious with her. Real talk. And we spent a whole day helping her grandma move. And then they threw us like $20, like that's supposed to be something for like 12 hours of work. We mad as I don't know what.
Just so it wasn't like it was like one of her hoish friends. It was her grandmother. You think that a little bit more respect be paid to those helping your elder in your family. But
I
I guess that
mean,
requires
I give her some credit
Raj,
because we was young and she did come off like she had no idea grandma was gonna get down like that. And she at least apologized at the time. And we trying to be young, respectful guys. So because we want to curse her grandma out and just go and give her a couple, you know what I'm saying? We want to put her in the room for 5 minutes and see what happens, you know what I'm saying? That's the way
That's
we
part,
wanted to handle it.
Raj. That's part of the reasons why we're having issues,
Hey,
in the black community and everything else. Because we love our black women, but some of our black women, they'll just curse you like a storm if you just for farting and everything else.
But that's my point of you got to understand when people are saying we supposed to fix the community, what people, places, and things are you talking about? You got to make people define stuff. Okay, the community is a noun. A noun is a person, place, or thing. What part of this community are you talking about me doing? What are you
Well,
talking about?
basically,
And if you're
hey,
gonna ask me to do it, hold on. If you're gonna ask me to do it, you can't get in here and not pay me and tell me how to do it either.
hey,
If you,
Roger.
Raj,
Roger,
you basically have to
for you.
tell them, hey, look, if you want us to help you, you're gonna have to listen to us. If you're not willing,
no, you don't tell them anything, man. That's the
Yeah,
problem. That's that
yeah,
grace.
exactly.
well,
You're right.
Unnecessary.
then they're
Hey,
not going to get help. Then they're not going
hey,
to get help.
hey, hey,
Bingo.
hey, Roger, do you think when you look back on that situation you just brought up, do you think the young lady that asked you to help, get all moved, her grandmama, do you think she know that her grandma was trifling like that? You
the
don't
way
think she did?
I'm gonna say the way she came across, it did seem surprising to her.
I
Real
think,
talk.
hey, brother, I don't know who I'm speaking on. Maybe there's someone that's near and dear to you, bro. She knew that, bro.
Nah. You know what? You know what? I'm not gonna say she did. I ain't gonna say she didn't.
We
You know,
we issue out a lot of truth telling, talking about that. We issue out a lot of grace, bro. A lot of the time, bro.
nah,
We don't even realize it, bro.
hold on.
I'm just saying,
I'm
hey
keeping
Roger,
it
this ain't
real.
no dig at you, brother. I'm just
No,
saying,
no,
like,
no. I'm
this,
keeping it
yeah,
real. We did this. We super young at the time. You know what I'm
right, for sure.
saying? I could have been a teenager. I might have been 19 when this happened, 20 years old or something. So I'm saying she did come off as if she didn't know, but that's a young man's perspective.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? That's a very young man's perspective on the situation because we was mad. And that's real talk. Now, them other people, some of them was mad too, but they related to her. So they not mad like we mad because we not related. We not family. You know what I'm saying? So we mad straight up. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to go box her grandma. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. You know what I'm saying? Let me get 5 minutes in the room with your grandma. And if she make it out, y'all still got a grandma. Cause I'm highly upset at this because it did take us like 12 hours to do this. And then the fact that you threw me $20 at the end was like that was an
Was
insult at the end of the day.
Oh, that
that
was
was
a
like
smack in
a
the face,
slap to the
brother.
face.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
man.
Like
Yeah, man.
if I wouldn't talk to me, have some respect for elders and adults and whatnot, I don't know. That probably would have went left for me because I was
Well,
highly
here,
upset.
I'll give some grace to the grandma. $20 60 years ago is a lot of money, Roger. So maybe that's what it
It wasn't
was.
6 years ago.
no, man. We give it. Hey, that's what we do, man. Hey, we be giving grace to, especially when it has to do with the elderly or some children, bro. Like we all kind of
We
do it
all
a
do.
little bit, man.
Yeah,
And we
we
need to
do.
get it up out of us, man, for real.
Well, this is
We
one of
do.
the reasons that I've said time and time again. Like I just got a whole new viewpoint of them. And when you don't have no husband, I think you're supposed to be suffering. People be like, "Was she old? Was she married though? Was she? I mean, she ain't got no husband. I mean, she could have got married when she was younger. So I mean, her suffering sound like it's supposed to happen. There are things that's just supposed to be a certain outcome. See, this is why I love my daddy, y'all. He tell me stuff that just makes sense, and maybe I can't even catch it at the time, but I keep living. I figure it all out. He said the truth got to make sense at the beginning, middle, and the end. So in the beginning, she was a young lady. You okay? In the middle, she decided not to get married. Now at the end, she's suffering because she's old and by herself. That makes sense to me. What don't make sense to me is her not suffering after choosing not to be married and having somebody in her corner and being in somebody's corner. That don't make sense to me. What don't make sense to me is helping some old lady move for $20 and it took 12 hours to do. That don't make sense.
Yeah, what's that per hour, man? Who's a mathematician out here? What's that per hour? That's much lower than minimum wage, man.
He was getting
Hey,
1964 pay.
hey, they
He was getting a
breaking
nickel
child
an
labor
hour.
rules. Hey, Ron, you said you was young man. That was breaking child labor rules, man.
I mean, technically, I know I would have to be at least 18. So I think this happened when I'm
Okay.
19 or 20. But, you know, when it comes, I mean, that's got to be slave wages. I'm finna calculate it now. That you done brought that up. I'm finna go ahead and pull the calculator out and see what $20 divided by 12 hours. We talking about $1.66 an hour, y'all. $1.66.
She got you. She got you, nigga. Yeah, grandma got you.
And now I done told y'all, I see a woman begging in the streets. A woman, yo, I'm going into a restaurant. Woman asking me, can I get some money for some food? And I say, no. You don't have nothing? No, I didn't say I didn't have anything. I'm just telling you, no. I got something. You can't have any. I ain't helping no random woman out there. If I'm going to give charity in the streets, I'm giving it to a dude. Women got all type of stuff to help them. That lady's supposed to be suffering.
I got two rules when it comes to bums, right? I don't give white bums money, and I don't give female bums money. If you white, you ain't supposed to be a bum, and if you female, you ain't supposed to be a bum. I refuse. My wife looks at me crazy when somebody asks, like, you know how you stop at the light and they run up to your window.
Mm-hmm.
I literally tell them, player, you ain't supposed to be broke. I've said that to them to their face.
Hey, I'm proud of you, brother.
She swears I'm mean. I'm like, they ain't supposed to be broke. You already know that. This government was literally built in their favor. How in the hell are they homeless? And you know, it could be psychological, but I don't care. So and women ain't supposed to be. Women can't be broke in this system either. So if you broke out here begging for money, then
I told the white guy something like, why don't you go work for your cousin? He was out there begging. I'm driving up. He at the stoplight. He begging. I'm like, bro, why don't you go work for your cousin? You know what I'm
saying? He got a cousin that got money. I guarantee it. His cousin got
My thing is, if you look in your family enough, I'm sure you'll find the money. I'm not worried about y'all like that. You know,
a lot of them know exactly where the money is. They're choosing not to go. That's why. That's more reason not to give them money, man. They'll say, "Oh yeah, my stepdad or so anybody." Yeah, they own a company. I can go work for them, but no, I don't want to.
And you know, and that's why I'm saying that when it comes to this whole community thing, okay, there is an overall black community. All of us gonna get stuck with the overall black community. But if you suffering, how come you don't go to where the productive, functional, respectable men that believe in black men's leadership? Why don't you just go over there where they at? You know what I'm saying? Like,
they don't qualify. They don't qualify, Roger. That's why they don't go. They know.
Bro, sometimes you got to learn to do stuff, and sometimes you got to learn to beg. Okay? If you ain't got it, beg.
Get the knee pads on.
You know what I'm saying? Tell people you'll start doing whatever you say for me to do so I can get what you got. Sometimes you just got to humble yourself and beg for real. Not you know what I mean? I done talk about women dry begging. They already beg anyway. Why not beg for something for real? You know, you already in the streets begging, talking about I need $300 so we can have a conversation and we can see if we can go out. If you begging at the end of the day, you just short. That's what that sound like to me. You a short woman, and I'm talking about her pockets. And women ain't supposed to be broke because women can get jobs. So all this stuff about women being broke and she's a woman and supposed to give her they get the same jobs men do. Every woman with a job is keeping some man out of one. So no, you can't be broke. I don't buy into that. How come you can't go to work? And maybe some stuff is gonna change in the climate, but at the end of the day, women get jobs quicker than men anyway. So being a broke woman sound crazy.
Real crazy. Just something else we got to be careful of too, because they'll, right now a lot more dudes are speaking up, so they're kind of trying to fall on certain things. As of recently, they've been doing the black men in a household type things, but that's kind of dying quick because everybody's pushing back. More men are pushing back on that statement than ever before, which is good. They'll drop back on, you got me pregnant. We know that old one. They still haven't stopped using that one, but that's going to die soon too. But I think we need to recognize something. Y'all already know I am married legally. I signed legal documentation say I'm married. I don't co-sign pretending to be married. I don't suggest dudes get married, personally. It is your personal choice. I don't suggest you do it. It's a rough ride, whether you successfully do it or not. And if you're not ready for that ride, it's going to be a problem for you. But I do not suggest you pretend to be married. And the reason why I do that is two parts. Personally, I feel accosted that you niggas is pretending to be like me, but you ain't got no skin in the game. To hell with y'all. And two, you're making them have expectations of wifelyhood when they're not wives. You're basically qualifying somebody who is not qualified. Because if you were going to support, protect, and all this good stuff, you should have married her. There's no reason for you not to. Why would you do all these things but say, marriage is a little bit too far? It's clear that she wouldn't qualify for marriage, so it means she could not qualify for any of the other stuff. And y'all niggas gotta come to grips. You pretending that she's married, you just messing up the game.
And I've said before, and I'm gonna say it again. If you are unwilling to marry her, why are you living with her? Don't let her move in, man. Leave her out there. You know what I'm saying? You don't need to do all that.
I just allowing her to have any wifely benefits is problematic, just as a man, right? If you don't feel like she's good enough to marry, why would she be good enough to take up any of your time on any level, right? Now, if you just in these streets and do your thing, that's different. You're not treating her like a wife. You enjoying yourself, you moving on. That's fine. I don't have any problems with men doing that because women got to have some obstacles out here. But if you're going to pretend she your wife, but not really do it, you just a hypocrite and you ain't got no skin in the game, but then you messing it up for other men in the system. You're breaking the system's boundaries by doing that, which is why you got women out here that expecting all of this extra stuff and they can't even qualify to be a wife. You can't expect wifely benefits and you don't qualify to be a wife. That's crazy. And niggas go along with it. Because if you ask them, hey, how do you take care of your woman? They describe tasks and actions that you do for a wife, not that you do for a girlfriend. Niggas will say, I provide and protect. Oh, you married? Nah, I ain't married. You got kids? Yeah, we got 3 kids together. So wait, you giving her all the stuff that you would give as if y'all are married, but you don't think she's good enough to marry? Who sounds stupid in that scenario? That's crazy.
Well, it is what it is. Now we got 2 people coming up. No placeholder is come up, so I'm gonna give him the mic. Santana is backstage. Santana, I'm gonna bring you up after no placeholder, and we'll let you get the floor because other folks are familiar to me. You're unfamiliar, but new people are welcome. It's not a problem. But we're gonna let no placeholder say what he say. Then I'm gonna bring you on stage to get an opening statement in for you. So no placeholder, you got the mic, my brother.
Morning, Roger. Morning, J-Lo. Truth. And what's hot sauce name today? A taste of butt and wine is fine. Okay. Morning, sir. Yes. But yeah. So Roger, I had to come up because I actually like this topic, and I mean I don't know if I'm going to agree with you guys, but I'm going to present my argument. So I think basically black women, folks in the diaspora and in America, in those communities should help fix the community. And the reason why I say that is because, for the most part, the men have not changed for the most part, I mean, I'm not taking into account your son that you go by yourself as a single mom, but the real men, for the most part, they have not changed in the last 50 years. You know what I'm saying? The system of oppression under what you consider to be a post-racial world is a lie. It is not the case. The white people are solidifying their ranks as we speak because the economy is changing. So it's over for you guys. What I mean by that is they're going to take what they can to survive and take what they can to basically retain whatever they have before, and you will be the one to lose. So the fact that the men, because the men can go on, the productive black men can go on to make other communities with other women. It's harder, and at the same time, the sentiments are different. So for that reason, we are inclined to give you a critical exemption. What that means is that we would prefer to do it back the old way, and we're inclined to let it go, quote unquote. We need you to come back, find the most decent man you can find, marry him, and be quiet for the rest of your life. You will not get no benefits out of it. The only person that's going to benefit from that sacrifice you make is your children. Don't expect any benefit. Don't expect any reward. You are essentially a traitor that we're allowing back into the ranks because we need your DNA and your services. But pretty much that's it for me. Thank you.
Heck of a statement. Heck of a statement. Okay. We gonna let a new person. His name is Santana. We gonna let him onto the show, y'all. I'm gonna say welcome to the show. It's gonna be his first time here, as far as what I can tell. But you have the mic. You are on stage. Go ahead.
Yeah, hey, how y'all doing?
Doing good, brother. Doing good.
Okay. Yeah. I've been watching for a while, but this is my first time up here. I'm not really familiar with this, but I seen the title and it was kind of interesting. What I had to say was that I don't think that black women can help us, build the black community up again. To be honest, I don't think they can't even control, what's going on with them. I'm not sure if y'all know, but black women have been leading in abortions for years. It took me to go look this up that, ever since 1973, since they legalized abortions, that black women have deleted 40% of babies. And it said that the estimate amount of babies that they have deleted was between 19 million and 27 million. To me, they got a crisis of their own that they got to fix within themselves. And to be honest, for us, if we want to get back to whatever kind of community that we had before, it's hurtful to say, but I think that we should move on to a different race of women, because our women already don't want to get married. Our women are, hey, how the hell do we have a higher rate of marriage than they do? To me, that's telling. And then they already telling us what it is pretty much to our face. We just got to accept that and move on, because there's plenty of other races of women out here that want us. Me personally, I'm not engaged, I'm sorry, but I'm actually married to a Latina woman. You know what I'm saying? And as far as I'm concerned, probably the best thing that ever happened to me. Yeah, I just wanted to say that. I have more to say, but I want to get y'all feedback from that.
Okay, well, congratulations on your marriage, brother. And I'm gonna say black women do want to get married. If you buy into the hype that they don't, you really missing. They show all kinds of signs that they want to be married. Now,
tell me some signs.
Well, I'm gonna say there is a huge issue that they don't want to marry a black man, but they definitely want to be married, because let any other dude show up. They quick and easy to do it. No explanation needed. So it's a difference between wanting to get married and wanting to marry you. And I think black men, we say this stuff, you know what I'm saying, and we don't really think about the whole picture. Now they do want to get married, because what white man won't they marry? They're literally marrying white bums. They're marrying homeless white men. So how is a group of women who would do that don't want to get married? They do want to get married. They don't want to deal with the leadership of black men. That's what they're trying to avoid. And then once you marry a person, people look at you a certain way as a wife, and there is no excuse for avoiding a black man's leadership when you have a black husband.
Right.
Their issue is not marriage. Their issue is black men's leadership.
I'm not even sure that they want to get married in period, because even marrying white men, they only marrying white men at less than 3% clip. So what is we actually talking?
I mean, them convincing somebody else that they're worthy of marriage has nothing to do with their desire. Those are two different things. Your desire to be married has nothing to do with somebody willing to marry you.
I'm confused what you're saying. So you telling me they want to get married, but they not get married, but it all depends on the
Put it like this. You can have a desire to want to drive a Bentley. Do you have Bentley money? The fact that you don't have Bentley money does not change the fact that you desire to want to drive a Bentley. You want to drive it. You ain't got no. If somebody would give you a Bentley, you would happily take it.
But that's what
you just can't afford. No. What I'm saying is you got. There's a difference between a desire and something that you actually have the ability to do. I want to fly. Okay, I dreamed about it as a kid one day. I want to fly. And I'm not talking about a no plane. I'm talking about I want to take off in the sky with nothing but my clothes on. Me being able to achieve that is a whole different story. Doesn't mean the desire is not there.
I'm gonna give it to you that they do desire marriage, but by the time that they even consider it, to be honest, I don't even think we care anymore.
Well, for a lot of them, you shouldn't, because a lot of them, when they will accept, I have to deal with a black man's leadership. Most of them are already 30 plus years old at that point. So no, you really shouldn't care. But my thing is, the fact is, because I don't like to push false narrative. The fact is they do want it, but they are trying to avoid black men's leadership, and that's a choice they are allowed to make in this country.
So
but I do have other people who I have another gentleman who came up, so I gotta let him get a chance to get. See, on my show, the one thing I definitely do is give everybody a chance to say something, and then we'll continue on with the conversation. So Kevin 3905 is here, so let him get the mic, and then we'll carry on from there.
How you doing, brother? First, I want to say, man, excellent show yesterday. I didn't come up yesterday because y'all were doing such a great job. I felt like I would have been less than to interrupt. Today, on this topic here, I don't think black men need any woman in particular to propagate our culture, our race. Any woman will do. Any woman will do, because what comes out of her womb will be a black child if the father is black. So no, we don't need black women to help us do anything. We just need to take the reins of leadership and move forward with who want to be under our leadership, whether that's a black woman, a white woman, a Hispanic woman, whatever. And no, most of these women are, I say it's about 5% or less of the black female population, American black female population, that even deserve to be wives. It's a bunch of married women out here that are not wives. Bunch of them. No, bro, you don't need them to do anything. Get the woman that want to be with you, want to be under your leadership, and gonna follow you.
Okay, you borged at the end, but he was saying, get the woman who wants to follow your leadership. We did hear that part.
Yeah, that's about it, man. Get with the woman that just get on your program, don't follow your leadership, and the black race will go forward with that. And those who don't want to get on your program, ostracize them. That's it.
All right. Now I'm gonna say shout out to Gregory Scotland. Appreciate. He sends $5 on the Cash App. He said for the black women who said we supposed to protect Rhoda. Now that's saying a whole lot right there. Protect the woman that nothing happened to. But they was on it. They push hard for that too. They definitely push hard for that. And shout out to Red Pill Sleeper Cell. He says paying fines for the excuse me, paying fines to the probation officers. Hey, appreciate you, brother. That's 15 on the Cash App from him. So shout out to Red Pill Sleeper Cell for that. Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Now, I'm gonna say this, y'all. When it comes down to it, should women help black men fix the community? This is what black men gonna have to understand. You are the community. Wherever you go as a man, you are going to be held responsible. You are the community. Women and children just participate in it. Children ain't responsible for outcomes. And truth be told, women aren't looked at as being responsible for outcomes. And that's just what it is at the end of the day. So now, with that information, you can't go nowhere and not be a part of the community. There's nowhere you can go on the planet and not be a part of it, unless you're going to go somewhere where you by yourself literally. That's just the way it is. So as a man, you stuck with this. Ain't really nothing you're going to too much be willing to do to get out of it. You technically can't get out of it. You can take yourself out, or you can go somewhere where ain't nobody else. So you're not going to be usually be willing to get out of this. As a man, you are a community, period. Now, the thing is, if you have a community and you're going to have women and children participating in the community, why is it such a negative idea to say that she's supposed to help? If I allow you to be here, there's going to be requirements from you being here. That happens in every kind of situation. That happens in between parents and children. When parents have children, they put requirements, well, the good parents, they put requirements on their children. Y'all know I had to do chores when I was growing up. It was a requirement. I had to get good grades when I was a little kid. It was a requirement. They told me that's what I had to do to be in that home.
So what are black women responsibilities?
Everything you tell them. When you want to get flat out to it, is everything you tell them. If you're going to deal with one, everything you tell her is now her responsibility. A woman is supposed to be helping you do something. So what are you going to tell her to do? Right. And it's going to be different. It's going to be different for every man in certain specifics. But from an overall standpoint, they are supposed to be doing things that we are telling them to do. So for some people, it'll just be, ironing clothes, helping with run the home, things like that. Some guys are going to have their wife work to a certain degree, and you're going to come home, you're going to turn that money over to that husband so he can get them bills paid, invest in the children's college funds or whatever the case is, or, put it into a family business. Whatever we're asking them to do, that is their responsibility.
So pretty much, and let me get this straight. So pretty much a black woman's responsibility is to stay with her child's father. Because that's the root of the problem, right? So because they the ones that's leaving. So is we telling them to stay with their child's father and make it work, or leave when they not happy?
I mean, at the end of the day, why wouldn't that? Because I've been saying for a long time now, point blank period, how come black men don't see it as a woman's responsibility to be with her child's father? How come you don't see it that way? And I'm not saying you personal. I'm just saying you as anybody who doesn't see it that way. How come we look at black women and don't put no responsibility on them to say you're supposed to be with your child's father? Every woman who tell me something about her baby daddy didn't do this and baby daddy didn't do that, my question is, why would he do it? You're not with him. What happened to you supposed to be where he at? People talk about fatherless homes. And my rebuttal is fathers do have homes. You can literally go to their address. How come their kids ain't over there? That's a you problem. You're the one that created the problem where his children are not in his home. Because who are keeping black children away from their fathers?
Right.
I don't care what people say. By default, it's going to be the mother.
Right. I think that my response, and I appreciate that, because you're definitely right. My response was to the guy that came after me that said we don't need black women to do nothing. Like, what are you talking about?
I'm saying that we are leaders in the community, and I'm not asking permission of a woman to do anything. That's what I'm saying. You need wives, you need families, you need children. I'm saying we don't need specifically black women. It could be a white woman. It could be a Hispanic woman. It could be a Brazilian woman. It can be any woman. That, but when she comes into my household, she's going to be under my leadership. I'm going to give you an example. I'm 48 years old. Since I was 24 years old, every woman that lived with me, if she worked, her check went into my bank account direct deposit. That's a requirement in my household. You you have to create policies as black men to say, listen, this is what we're doing going forward. Just like we're talking about mandatory DNA tests at birth. We ain't got to wait for the government to do that. You just make it mandatory. Hey, in the black community, we gonna test every one of our children. I don't care if you was a virgin when I met you. My child is gonna get tested. His children are gonna get tested. His children are gonna get tested.
Yeah, and it ain't gonna be no secret because I done taught on that many a times. We gonna tell
Yeah.
women through the door. Understand it.
Yes.
Well, the first week I meet you, understand if you ever have a child and claim his mine, whatever the
Yep.
scenario is, that child is getting the test before I sign any birth. I ain't even talking about signing nothing until I get them test results back.
That's right. The woman I'm with now, we had that conversation within the first week of us meeting one another.
Yeah,
Hey, do any of you gentlemen have
I'm
daughters?
the
And
only
if
man
so,
she ever laid with. And I
do
told her,
any?
I said, huh?
Now, I wanted to know: do any one of you men have daughters? And if so, are y'all teaching y'all daughter these things? Because it really starts at home with them.
Yeah, I have a
Uh,
25-year-old daughter. I tell her the same thing I'm telling you now.
yeah,
And she,
yeah. We over here in my channel, we do believe. I personally have advocated men to definitely tell the women in your lives, which includes daughters. This stuff should be stuff that we're teaching before they even grown. Real talk. Now, I do have my show is set up for adults, but I'm trying to make sure the cursing stays out and all that, so people will feel comfortable showing it to their children. But I want that to be a parental decision. What a parent says when their child is old enough to start listening to some of this content, so some daughters can get this stuff and some of the stuff that we don't necessarily get a chance to get to while we're living day-to-day lives, especially if you don't live with your child. Some stuff you're just not gonna get to. So the thing is, you got to put it out there where everybody can get it. And there is no exception for daughters. Now, my channel, people view it as mainly for men, and I do talk really directed toward men most of the time. But what am I saying to men that women shouldn't already be aware of? They supposed to know how men operate. They supposed to be studying us. So why? So the sad truth is they're not here because they don't care about men, and that's something a lot of
facts,
folk we ain't
facts.
accepted at the end of the day. If you a woman and you gonna grow up to marry a man, ain't you supposed to know how a man should operate to a certain degree? I'm not saying you got to understand it perfectly, but shouldn't you have some understanding? So
Facts.
Yep.
it's really a shame, and it's a tale that women ain't over here listening at higher numbers. Because I do got a few. Shout out to the ladies who do listen. There are a few here, but it's a real tale. And I've lost many a channel. So, and I've done these time and time again, and every single time the women is a very small minority. So that says a whole lot about women from Jump Street. And I've been trying to get men to understand when it comes to black women, they don't even see themselves with you, and you got to deal with real life. This is what I'm calling crossing the street and looking both ways. As men, we got to go out there and look both ways. Ain't gonna be no bunch of stuff out here to protect us from getting hit. And I understand a person who see you in a car may slow down, but eventually you keep crossing enough streets without looking, somebody hit you. Just is what it is.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think they have to understand, and it took me a while to understand that we are, as black people, we only make up 13% of America. We are a declining race. They have to understand that. They have to understand that it's only going down from here because of what I just said as far as the abortion rate. and the fact that black men, those are two important things that they need to understand is that black women kill more kids than any other race of women, and black men kill their own race more than any other man. That's why we have been at a 13% and dropping.
Well, hold
We
on.
haven't
Hold on. That last statement is true for everybody. Asians kill
facts.
more Asians than anybody. Whites kill more whites than
No,
anybody.
no,
That's
no,
a normal
no,
thing.
no, no. I understand what you're saying. Listen to that last point. I'm sorry. I ain't mean to cut you off, but listen to that last point. What I'm saying is that black men kill their race more than any other race kills their race.
I think he means per capita. I think he's talking about the per
I
capita
mean,
person.
it's not that big of a difference, but most people never look in the numbers
Yeah,
to know. It ain't
yeah,
really that big of a difference.
and in my opinion, that stat does not tell anything. It's just basically something they put out there just for the sake of saying they put out there. Because
Yeah.
you look what's going on. You look what's going on in Europe right now. And what's going on in the history of Europe? Are you fucking kidding me?
I mean,
And like
just
I'm saying, so man, yeah, it's like the whole point I'm trying to get across. They just put that in to distract you from the truth, man. It's
exactly.
people who can. Yes, sir. Right. Go ahead, Rob. Take over.
Yeah. White people been killing. White people kill more than anybody. They just
No,
throw a
that's
lot of
not.
Yeah,
stuff
That's not
out there.
true. That's not
They
true,
throw
sir.
they throw a lot of stuff. I mean, that's white people's culture. Their culture is kill, steal, and destroy. That is literally their culture. What are white people known for other than that?
I'm gonna tell because I
Some
I have
food?
looked at the stats, and as far as the stats go, white people lead in crimes other than murdering and robbing. Those two specific categories, black men lead at a higher rate than any other
No,
race of men.
no. But this is the thing about American stats, and I don't argue with people who take the numbers, but they do stuff that's explaining in a certain way. Who gonna kill the most people? White folks. Number one is gonna be because there's more of them than anybody else. Number two, white people get away with crime far more than anybody else do. White men don't even get arrested. Okay, George Floyd got no, I mean not George Floyd. Trayvon Martin got killed. It took them 45 days. It took a national news story, crisis level, people begging to get George Floyd arrested, let alone convict him of a murder. And I knew he was getting off.
No, the guy that killed George.
No,
oh, George
I'm
Zimmerman.
talking about Trayvon Martin. I said George Floyd
Okay,
by
the
mistake.
Zimmerman.
guy.
Trayvon Martin.
No, the guy that killed Trayvon Martin. He's not white.
No,
Yeah, so
he's white, and he also has some I think it
he's
was
he's
Mexican or something in him, but he
he's
white.
white. He's white presenting. He's Hispanic, but he's white presenting. His name is George Zimmerman.
No, he got a white parent too.
Oh, okay.
I
Okay.
think his daddy is a white judge. So at the end of the day, well, we can say he's white presenting just for the moment, but the whole thing is it took national news over time and it being a story for them to even arrest the guy. This happened with white folks on a regular basis. White folks don't even get arrested. Yo, you got a bunch of women that come up missing by their white husbands. Dudes never gets arrested.
So what you're
Yeah.
Okay,
saying is you
yo,
don't believe the numbers like that when it
no,
comes
I'm
to
not saying
American
I
black
don't
women?
believe the numbers. I'm just telling you it's a big drove of them that won't even get arrested, and you ain't gonna get a conviction when you don't get arrested.
After murder?
It's just
White, no, this
it's
is the thing because I'm not going to change the conversation. White people are violent people. Period. What their culture is kill, steal, and destroy. They have done that at every place they've been on planet Earth. America is a result of white people killing, stealing, and destroying. This country we live in right now is an actual literal result of them killing, stealing, and destroying. That is how America came to exist the way it is right now.
So
yeah.
do you think
This is
that they are still as violent as they was back then?
What changed with white people?
yeah. Absolutely,
What changed?
absolutely. This this country was
Maybe
full
hold
of
on, wait.
Oh,
Look,
go ahead.
we're
Go
going
ahead,
too
bro.
far down the road. That's not the topic of discussion today. I don't care what you believe on that note because it ain't even really important to the topic. So I don't even care what you believe on that subject today. I care nothing about it. It has no relationship to the topic itself. That's a discussion for another day. We stand on topic at the end of that. I can't veer off into all different stuff when I do different topics. We stand on the topic that we own. And I'm gonna say part of what the issue that black men have is when you start saying, well, what black women have to do, we will veer off. Because most of us are trained, they ain't got to do squat. Now, how's a woman going to be part of your community, but she don't have no assignment? That's something black men need to get past. How she ain't got no assignment? You know, if you have a wife, your wife don't have nothing she supposed to do.
Agreed.
Because my wife don't have plenty of tasks. This is what it is. And I ain't gonna feel bad about it, because as a husband, you already know you got tasks to do. So why would you feel bad that women got stuff to do? You got to get up and go out and provide enough for the family to be okay. I can't even give you a set number. Whatever makes that family okay, you got to go get it. I don't care if there's a situation going on, if there's a national crisis, whatever it is, whatever it's going to take to make that family okay, that man got to go figure that out. So why shouldn't women have tasks? And we don't even, as black men, we don't even think about women having tasks to do. You know, think about the title of the show. Should women help black men fix the community? Well, if black men are going to quote unquote fix a community, why would we even have a thought process that women shouldn't be a part of it? Whatever I'm doing, she's supposed to be helped. She's literally a help me. Why would I be doing anything and she ain't helping me in some kind of capacity? Now, it may not be the direct chore that you're doing. I mean, even when I brought that thing up about I helped this old lady move because I helped my friend grandma, the women didn't even cook nothing. How y'all make us some cold cuts and y'all had us over there working for 12 hours? This is a bunch of women that ain't being assigned to do squat. And the house was a mess when I got there. That is true. Why didn't you go to some other house? Because y'all was family. Only me and my homie was the people who was unrelated. Okay, we was the only two people that's unrelated. Everybody else is related through blood or marriage. So why didn't them women go somewhere else and make some food and bring it back? We over there basically working for free. I mean, we got $20 at the end, but we came up there to volunteer to help this lady move. We didn't require no money, so we was working for free.
That's so true, Roger. My mom would. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I don't want you to lose your statement.
No, I was gonna say my mother was the last generation of women I saw doing that. That when the men were fixing our basement or renovating our basement, it took them about 2 weeks, and every day my mom would make 2 meals for them. When they came, they would eat something lunchtime or when they're leaving, depending on how they wanted to. And she would make 2 meals for them, lunch or dinner, or basically breakfast and lunch. So she did it every day for like 2 weeks. And we were paying those men to renovate the basement, by the way. So it wasn't like they were doing it for free.
And my thing is, everywhere you go, you expect other people's wives to be doing something. Why is that same not expectation put on black women? They run around, no husbands, talking about we need protection. We need y'all to build this. We need y'all to build that. And why don't black men have an attitude of you ain't supposed to have it because you're unmarried? Y'all know how many women I tell that to when I had these type of discussions with folks? Basically every one of them. You're not married. You ain't supposed to have this stuff. Why are you asking for stuff that married women supposed to have? They never know really how to answer that. But why do you want what a married woman got if you don't want to be a wife to some black man? Because if you want to marry somebody else, go get them to do it. Why are you asking me for anything? You're not married to any of us. I can't even talk with your husband to see if what she talking about is worth my time. Well, but y'all should protect us anyway. Why? For what? For what reason? Should I protect a Korean woman? I don't live in Korea. I ain't worried about what no Korean woman is going through. Just being honest. I don't think about Korean women. I don't know what their day-to-day life is like. I don't know who they hiding from. I don't know matter of fact, North Korea is a whole thing in itself. And I don't really think about them people at all. Because I don't live there. They're not part of my group. If I'm in a community of men, and there's a bunch of women who ain't a part of my group, why is there an expectation for me to think about what they going through? Because truth be told, I don't really have none. Until I became a content creator, man, I cut stuff short and sweet, man. I don't really care about what your problems. You're not related to me. I ain't married to you. You ain't married to none of my friends. Why would I care about your problems? Now, don't get me wrong. I do believe in charity because I believe God requires us to give charity from time to time. And I don't mind that. I just start being a lot more careful about what charity I'm going to give something to. And if it's something that ain't really helping black men, I ain't putting no money into it, and I ain't putting no more time into it. I told y'all before, they used to give me every year with the back to school program stuff. We got to help these kids get book bags and rulers and paper, and now it's computers and tablets and whatnot. And I'm sitting here thinking like, they daddy can get it, and all they gonna say, well, they don't live with their daddy. Well, maybe they need to move there. That's my response. Maybe they need to move over there where he at, because I'm pretty sure they live with him. They have it. I ain't met no daddy who kids ain't got what they need. I have seen kids literally come in the house and say, Daddy, I need this. And daddy made a plan and got it. Daddy sometime got it that day. Daddy sometime got it next week when he got paid. Sometime daddy went out and did a job, made the money, went to the store, bought the thing and brought it back. I didn't see all that. So if the community needs to be fixed, you got to start identifying what person, place, or thing needs to be fixed. And how come you ain't helping me do it? But black men need to start asking these questions on a legit level. Y'all need to fix it. Okay, what fixing needs? What person, place, or thing are you talking about? And what are you going to do to help me get this job done? Well, now you're supposed to do it because you a man. You're right. I'm supposed to do that for my wife. And since I ain't married, my wife cool. I'm supposed to do it for my children. Since I ain't got no kids, my kids cool. So I ain't worried about you like that. Well, y'all need to mentor some of these boys. I spend time with my nephews. They boys. What's the problem? You know?
It needs to be a policy of you asking them, where's your husband? Like, all of us need to be asking them every time they're asking for things that they shouldn't be getting. Ask them where their husband is, and they'll answer their own questions.
Well, my thing is, I do believe we got to take it to the point of telling them that you're willing to help their husband get whatever it is that they coming up short in.
I agree.
Okay. See, my thing is, don't put too much on women, but let them know you are willing to help their husband. Because as men, we help our friends anyway. But that's how we grew up. You know, some of us make some nice money. Some of us make some cool money. Some of us make some high money. But while you was growing up, you don't have no issue helping your friends. We helped each other out as friends. I'm pretty sure y'all had similar relationships to mine, because I told y'all I don't come from no money like that. Okay, so when we went out as friends, sometimes my boy got it and I don't. Sometimes I got it, he don't. We paid for each other. It is what it is. We helped each other out. If we run into a problem to this day, before we pay somebody else to do anything, you just pick up the phone and you call somebody and say, look, this is what we need done. Okay? Real talk. If I got a homie who got to move and he can't pay a moving company to do it, he gonna call me and say, hey man, I need your help. I need your help because I need to get us moved. Now my thing is I'm gonna do it because he asked me. Because that's the burden of friendship. Friendship means you got to be inconvenienced sometimes to help somebody else. If you're not willing to do that, you're not friends. You're just associates at the end of the day. Your friend, you're gonna inconvenience yourself for from time to time. I ain't saying you gotta do it every time, and I ain't saying be nobody's sucker, but your friend, you will inconvenience yourself for at some point. You're willing to do that without an issue, but your friend ain't gonna be calling you about doing nonsense either, though. It's a respect level on the same thing. We don't have that type of relationship with women. Women, if they figure you'll do something, they'll just keep asking you to do more stuff. They have no regards for your time, your energy, your money, your responsibilities. They don't care nothing about you paying your own bill if they can get you to give them money for their bill. They don't care nothing about your bill. Why need you to pay my bill? Well, you know, I got bills I gotta pay myself. She ain't thinking about she don't care nothing about your bills. That's how women operate. And my thing is, be realistic with yourself. Know that's how they operate and stop expecting them to be something they ain't. So as a man, when you talk about fixing a community, what do you want me to do? And what you gonna help me to do it? And are you gonna give me, if you ain't paying, are you gonna do it the way I tell you to do it? Cause see, that's how I am, y'all. I learned it, you know, shout out to my parents for teaching me this. If you ain't paying me, I do it how I want to. I take that attitude from time to time with people because I see if I go with their instructions, I'm gonna be all day, or we ain't gonna never get this done. And I would tell certain folks, look, man, I'm finna do this because you're not paying. And I tell this to people in their face. Since you're not paying and I'm helping, I'm doing how I want to do it. Now, I understand that for me to help you, I got to get the thing done that you asking me to get done. But if I see you're causing a problem and you're not paying, that means at some point, if I want to, I can take control of how I want to help you. And if you don't want me to help you the way I want to help you, I'll just leave. And I don't feel bad. Just is what it is. So when it comes to this whole black men helping the community, I can help you, but you're going to do it like I tell you to do it. And if you don't like what I say, then get somebody else to do it. It's that simple to me. And I ain't going to feel bad about it. Don't tell me nothing about your kids until I can punish your kids. I tell that to everybody. I told that to my own cousin when I was growing up. We was at grandma's. The kids was in the basement. And I went down there as the older kid to start watching because the adults was talking. And I hit one of my cousin's kids. The kid went upstairs to go tell his mama, my cousin. Mama said, "You hit my kid?" I said, "Yeah." "Yeah, I hit him." "Why you hit my kid?" "Because your kid ain't doing what I'm telling him to do." This is about to be a problem. I say, if it's a problem, then take your kid back upstairs. Every kid down here, I'm disciplined the way I see fit. Now I'm in a family event with a bunch, my parents there, her parents there, grandma, granddad there. And what I tell her, I told her I'm gonna do the same thing we was taught. If I'm in charge of your kids, I get to discipline your kids. If you don't like the way I discipline your child, then why your child being left under my leadership? Take your child with you. This how I roll as a black man. If you need me to help you fix something, we're going to do it the way I say we're going to do it. Other than that, you paying. See, when you pay, you can tell me how to do it. But if you ain't got no money, and I ain't making fun of nobody for not having the money, I'm just being realistic. If you ain't got no money, we're going to do it how I want to do it. I done did this to my own brothers and sisters because I've helped my brothers and sisters. But they, at some point, they couldn't pay me to help. So guess what? Now you got to do it how I want to do it now, because you ain't got nobody to pay. So you stuck with me. And since you stuck with me, we not doing it your way. Now they probably understood a little more because they got the same parents and they was raised the same way. But this got to be done from time to time. So my thing is, you got to really have a ideal of what the black community actually is. And if somebody thinks something needs to be fixed, you got to identify the person, place, the thing that needs to be fixed, and you got to figure out how you going to fix that thing. If you can't have no control, how you going to fix it? I don't care what it is. If it's a kid, how you going to fix a kid you can't punish? You can't discipline the child. You can't spank the child. You can't make the child hold some book. Like we used to do this when I was young. You know, we was in Boy Scouts. I got this idea from there. You act a fool sometime, you know what I'm saying? They'll have you holding logs for 30 minutes. Just stand there and hold these logs. And it started to hurt after a while. But you learned your lesson. You know, I done did that with other kids. We wasn't out in the forest or nothing. So Here, hold these encyclopedias. Y'all remember encyclopedias used to be in the house? Here, let me grab a stack of encyclopedias. You hold this. Now you hold this for 15 minutes. You talking about what you ain't gonna do and who you ain't gonna listen to. But now you finna hold this for 15 minutes. You know, it's ways to fix all kinds of stuff. But if you tell me I can't have no control on what I'm doing, how am I supposed to help you? You want me to help paint your kitchen, but I grab the paintbrush I want and you tell me not to use it? Like, well, how are we gonna do this? But at the end of the day, we don't really think about this stuff in a real way. We talk about fixing communities as this abstract thing. Now, everything real at the end of the day. How do I do it in real life? Not in your mind. You know? So we gotta have better conversation. And that's why I knew this particular show, even the concept of this show, I know it's interesting, but I know it's somewhat tricky with people because you saying fixing the community and should women help. If they gonna participate in the community, they gotta help. It's not about your color. If you're a woman and you're gonna participate in this community, this is what you gotta help do. Because we fixing this and you got to help because you here. And if you don't want to help, you ain't supposed to be here. And this is something black men really got to really get a grasp on. If she not helping, she ain't supposed to be there in the first place. Why you got her there if she ain't gonna help? I don't care how rich you are. I don't care how broke you are. If you got $0 in the bank and she not helping you, why she there? If you got 100 million in the bank and she ain't gonna help you, why she there? Now, this is where men got to come to terms with themselves. So that's why when women complain about stuff, and I have openly said I do not care. Tell their husband, and when your husband get to me with it, I see what he's talking about. Women have literally said, I'm not married. And I've literally told women, get married. Okay. After you get married, have your husband talk to me. and we'll figure it out. I've literally told that to women. And yes, they've gotten upset. But how am I gonna help your husband if you ain't got one?
Shit, it sounds like to me we want women to be something that they not. If they're not wives, they're not wives. Like, why? To me, why is they even contributing to the community if they not wives?
Can you contribute to the community if you're not a wife? Do you see women contributing to the community that are not wives?
I don't think so.
Mm.
I don't think so.
If we
sitting here really saying that black women is not wives, then how else could they contribute to the community?
Well, my thing is, there's a saying, first things first, right?
If you're a husband, you carry the community with you. So just like the young brother who said he's gonna get married to the Hispanic woman, the children that come from that woman gonna be black because he's black. Anyone?
I would
Go ahead,
like to
Roger.
provide a small rebuttal. I would like to provide a small rebuttal. So, other groups, they try to retain homogeny, which is homogeneous, as much as they can. So, there is an advantage to it. Otherwise, the dominant society wouldn't be doing it. Does that make sense? They know that essentially. Let's imagine for a point of view of like colors. Say I'm red marbles, you're blue marbles, you're orange marbles, I'm green marbles. They know for a fact that if you leave here as a black marble and go get a green marble to make a child, whatever you want to call that child, it is not the same as you making a child between two black marbles. They know for a fact that one is better than the other. So I'm saying, so that's why they attacked our women. That's why they undermine our women. Because by undermining the women, they will undermine pretty much. Because think of the concept of what it is. Our best case scenario, if we were to run your formula, would be as black men, 20 million black men, which is not an impossible ratio. We would just essentially disperse around the world. I marry a Filipino, you marry an Argentinian woman. That's it. So at the end of the day, we will be gone, and I'm saying it would solve their problem. So I'm saying, but they keep their group together for a reason. Group dynamics matters. It really does. I just want to make that point.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say there's nothing wrong if a black man decides to leave and go elsewhere, but that's a personal solution. It's not an FBA solution. I'll say it like that. It's not an FBA solution, because if every brother does that, FBAs no longer exist. Now, for men who are proud of that they're FBA and they want to continue to have an FBA population, at the end of the day, when a woman says she needs your help, start telling her you will help her through her husband, because as men, we got to learn to respect each other at a real level. So why do I want to help you through your husband? Because that puts me in position where I'm never in an uncomfortable position with the husband based on his wife. There's no uncomfortableness going on. There's no me stepping over a certain line. You know, I don't come to 12 o'clock because she's still here until 11:30. You see what I'm saying? All the issues that men could even mess up with somebody else's wife, we get those easily removed, because now I know what the husband want me to do. The husband may want me to help, but he don't want me to show up to 12 o'clock because his wife will leave at 11:30. I respect that. We good. There's no problems. No issues coming up. No miscommunications, because I'm doing it the way the husband wants me to help. The average husband, I don't care how cool you are, they don't really want you hanging out with their wives. But we got to respect each other enough. We can't act like girls. We got to have a code. Women don't really have no code when it comes to messing with somebody's man. A woman have a best friend and see how that man is treating her best friend, and she will start competing for the attention of her man. That's how women get down. And my thing is, that's women. I'm not even saying that they need to do something different. I'm saying as men, we ain't supposed to be acting like girls. I'm not supposed to be chasing my homie girlfriend. I'm not supposed to be chasing my homie fiance. I ain't supposed to be chasing my homie wife. Them not having a code is them, but we supposed to have one. So I'm going to help you according to how your husband want me to help, so we don't have no miscommunications going on. Now, if she don't have no husband, my advice is get one and holler back at me. And I don't see that as that big a deal, because truth be told, a lot of the work that they're going to ask you to do, now you're in a position where you can't really help them until she get a husband.
I'm saying, is that realistic? Who out
It's
here really
realistic
saying,
if
"Oh,
you
I'm
make
not
it
gonna help this
realistic.
man"? I'm saying, who out here telling women that I'm not gonna help you because you ain't got a husband?
Bro, everybody can start today. It's very realistic if that's what you require. Black men got to require something. You want things to be different, but you don't want to require nothing. And I'm not saying you personally, but I'm saying
we require sex from them.
No. I'm saying if you want different outcomes, you got to have different things in place. So at the end of the day, right now, men will go help women for nothing, because truth be told, a lot of men go help a woman because he's trying to crack in them draw. Real talk. He's trying to get a crack at her. So he'll go help her for nothing. That is a waste of his time, his energy, and his money.
I get a brother a realistic scenario. I have a friend of mine. We're good friends, female, and she's got two young kids that are in middle school, I think. She called me and she asked me. She said, "Hey, I can't afford all of the supplies for school. Could you help me out with it?" I told her, I said, "Call her daddy." That's it. That was the end of the conversation.
See how
Call her
easy that
daddy.
is? That's very easy. And I've just told women straight up, I'm not helping because I don't want to. I actually want women to understand in scenarios, it's not that I don't have the money. I'm just not giving it to you. Why is that an unrealistic thing for us to start doing? It was done beforehand. It was done years ago. Why we can't do it now?
I think we can do that, but you know, and I think God gave women this talent of manipulation, and you know, they can just find their way around, you know, getting men to do what they want them to do. You said we should require something. I think we do we require something. You know what I'm saying? Like, uh, again, it's sad to say it only narrows down to a sexual exchange, but that's the requirement that we have from the men. I don't think a
Now,
lot of men
that's
are just
fine.
out here. A
It's
lot of
not
men just
really.
not out here just doing stuff for women
No,
and
no,
just
no, brother. If we're doing stuff in hopes of a sexual exchange, that means we didn't require anything. We doing something hoping she give us the draw. We ain't telling her you got to give me the draw, and then I'll come do it. Let's
And
be
and
let's
it's
be
much better.
realistic about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
I'm sorry,
go ahead, no
sorry,
face
Roger.
holder.
I would say it would be much better if that was what you want a transactional outcome. It just much better just go for the transaction. In sense, meaning that essentially like it just said like hoping for buns by helping a woman out is kind of creepy. You know what I'm saying?
no,
It
it's
is.
not.
It
No, it's
doesn't.
not creepy because this. No, it's not creepy
No, no, no,
because
no, no.
this.
Hold on. I didn't say that.
Okay.
Basically, her giving you buns as a result of you helping her out is creepy. If she gives you buns, it's perfectly fine. But going into that situation, I'm saying and expect and hoping, like if you were to like say, hey, listen, I'm gonna help you out. You know what I basically want something out of this, and she's like, you know what happened? I know what you want. I'm gonna deal with you. And you're like, all right, okay. I'm saying then you do what you want, and then you get it. That's different scenario. But going in like doing stuff and then like hoping and praying, and I'm saying, you get what I'm saying? If she didn't make it clear to you that she's gonna give you some buns for doing it, then basically that's kind of pathetic. That's what I'm trying to say. So like,
Yeah,
I don't
my
think
think.
about it.
and my thing is that if you requiring getting the buns, be confrontational about it. Black men ain't been trained to be confrontational with black women, so we want this implied thing but never said thing that I want sex at the end of this. No, give me some sex, okay, and I'll come over there tomorrow morning and knock that whole thing out. See, give me the sex first, and then I'll come knock out that task. Black men ain't out here doing that, and we know they're not doing that. Now, my thing is, if all you gonna require is sex, I'm not gonna even trip because I believe you got to respect other man's wishes. So if that's all you gonna require, cool. But why you won't require the sex up front? Why do something that's implied? Well, we might have sex. So if I help her enough times, she might give me. No. You want me to come? You want what you want? You want your bookshelf put together? Okay, cool. I'm gonna come through 12 o'clock. I'm gonna tap that behind. And then, I ain't got to be to work till 4 o'clock. So, you know, I'm gonna tap that. Once we get done, I'm gonna put your bookshelf together.
Right. I'm not sure.
I
I'm not
mean,
sure. I'm
hey,
not sure the age. I'm
that's.
not.
I mean, hey, I think the brother. I mean, hey, man, I know we speaking. We speaking on this like most black men don't want to live in that space where
They don't.
they just don't want to do that, and I just don't think it's. I don't think it's a realistic thing, to do. It sounds. I mean, in theory, it should happen, but it's not going to happen. No one wants to. A lot of black men don't want to see that. Okay, I'm dealing with a lot of hoes, man. Like most of them are hoes, and that's kind of painful, man. So we want to live in a space where it doesn't appear that way.
But I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I'm
say
not
what's
sure.
easy though. I'm gonna say what's easy. It's real
I'm,
easy for the woman to want me to, put up bookshelf together, and I just say, "Hey, I'll help your husband put it together." And she say, "Well, I ain't got no husband." And then I say, "Well, when you get married, have him call me." That was easy.
Yeah, in theory it is. In theory it is easy, but if you want to knock that down, then that's probably not. I'm just saying, but yeah, I get what you said, Roger. I,
It, it,
I
it,
now,
absolutely get what you said, man. I'm just
I'm,
saying,
now I'm.
real world situations, man. It don't
but
really go that way.
Now,
I'm just saying
honestly,
that if you want to knock it down, I totally understand. If she was gonna let you knock it down, you'd have done it already. And
now
that's what men
I
need to get an
think to a certain
understanding of.
degree I think to a certain degree we have made. Because I'm not sure the age groups on her, but I know my age group and younger, we definitely have made dating or any type of cooperation with a woman, whatever she wants us to do, is definitely transactional. And that's what I think that's the biggest problem with us at this point. Like, everything has got to be about sex. Well, shit, if you ain't offering nothing else to me, shit, what else do you got? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, I think we have made that a thing. That's their problem now. That's what they don't like about us.
I think that the younger women have
You breaking up. You breaking up.
Yeah, we not getting you this time. We not getting you.
made it like they don't have anything else. My check. Hello.
Yeah, we hear you now. But you got but
I'm gonna
I
go out and come.
basically
Okay.
yeah we
I was
basically heard you
saying
say
that
they don't have anything else to
the young
offer.
yeah, the young women don't have anything else to offer. They ain't cooking, they ain't cleaning, they ain't doing nothing for guys other than just showing up and giving you themselves. That's it. So it ain't even the young guys that have done it. It's the young women, and they telling you that they hoes.
Facts.
But let me say this though, they do have other things to offer. The fact that they don't want to offer the other things is a them issue. Don't give them credit for not having. They do got it. They could come over there and cook for you. They could come over there and clean your house. They could come over there and do your laundry. They're just not trying to offer. And my thing is, let's not act like something is unavailable when it clearly is available. It's available. They just don't want to. And the thing is, men have to accept whatever it means to them mentally that they just don't want to do it for you. And my thing is, that's fine. I don't never get caught up on a woman who just don't want to do it for me. The moment I see you don't want to do it for me, you stop existing to me anyway. You know what I'm saying? You're not even a part of my world anymore. So it don't bother me one bit. You want me to do something, it's got to be something in it for me. Other than that, it's charity. And I'm going to give my charity where I want it to go, not some random woman who happened to have my phone and give me a call. That's not where I see my charity going. It's that simple at the end of the day. So the
But
thing is, we will make them adjust to whatever we require as men. So as a man, I'm telling you straight up, man, if you need my help, just have your husband give me a call. I don't see that as a problem at all. Me and another man will have a relationship where it'll be quid pro quo. He'll help me out, I'll help him out. If I do that with a woman, I ain't getting nothing but misused. And I
hey,
don't have to volunteer to do that.
the fact that you just said that, don't you think that that type of rhetoric that we spill con- contributes to, they whole mindset? Or, you know what I'm saying? Because it's kind of given that we are putting it out there as it got to be reciprocal, whether I'm coming to put up a TV or
What
whatever the case.
I'm telling you to have your husband call me, that's gonna make him a hoe. I'm disconnected, brother.
I'm talking about the as far as helping them in any aspect. Now, you are the only person that said call and tell your husband to call me, and I'm not talking about that part because majority of them not even married. So
But
that's not what you want. I'm talking about. I'm talking about as far as helping them with anything. Don't you think in a way if we tell them to give us this back, that's kind of contributing to that whole behavior that we was just
No, they
speaking
are
about?
no, they already hoes, man. They
you
already
can't,
hoes.
Oh,
you're not
so
making them
that's so
hoes,
that's a
man.
so even though I agree with that, it's still a sad way to think because at the end of the day, these are you know our daughters, our sisters, our aunts. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, what are we
Who you
with?
want your
Oh,
Well,
bro? Let me just say, let me ask you, who you want your daughter to call? Me, a random nigga, or because that's all I am to her, a random nigga, or you want her to call her daddy? It's your daughter, bro. Not that I would do something with your daughter. We just doing this as an example. Your
Right.
daughter could call me a random nigga, and I'm gonna be like, well, I'm gonna come over there and tap that, and I help you with it. So it's available for her to get the help, or she can call her dad. Who you want her to call?
yeah.
Man, I would want her to call me, but if
Right.
I'm
And after a certain point, don't you want her to call her husband? Or you want her to
yeah,
call me some random nigga that's gonna try to make her give me something?
The,
I would
the,
want it to,
young,
I would want it to be a husband.
the young brothers having an issue. The issue is he don't want to believe it's as bad as it really is. He don't
I,
want to believe it.
I want to
They
ask you. Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Bro. I wanted to
No,
ask him what I wanted you to explore. You said that's kind of sad. What makes it sad? What exactly makes it sad about
I think
what we're
this. I think
proposing?
it's. I think it's sad to the fact that we speaking about them being hoes, but at the same time we're contributing to the behavior.
I can't contribute to no hoe. She got to decide that on her own.
They made themselves into
So you think
whores
they be
when
hoes
they
on their own?
decided
Yeah,
they
absolutely,
made
Bro,
themselves into whores
Yes,
when they decided they want to be
100%, bro. That's what we don't want to. That's what you're kind of. Yeah. That's not sad, man. They make that choice on their own, bro.
yeah, bro.
Nah, I disagree.
I
I
cannot make
disagree.
any woman,
basically.
especially an adult.
I'm over 60 years old.
Oh, go ahead,
I'm
Black
over
Rose. I'm
60
sorry,
years
go ahead.
old. I saw when women used to do stuff. You know, you'd have a sister come over, cook or iron something for you or whatever. You didn't think about it. Didn't have to be sexual all the time. A lot of times you didn't even think about sex. You just enjoyed her company. She did some things for you. You did some things for her. She took you turned around and looked, she done brought your dry cleaning back. You didn't even know she had taken your suit to the dry cleaners. Those are the
Can
kind of things that women used to do.
give me an example as far as how can a girl go from a little girl to a teenager and just all of a sudden become a hoe? Like, give me like, can y'all explain it to me? Because I don't know. I'm a little young. I'm only 30 years old, so I'm trying to. Y'all sound a little older.
You
I
know
don't
how
know this
you know
shit.
how they become whores. You know how they become whores. They grow up not doing anything for men. Then they start their butt and tits start poking out, and then they suddenly got this magical power that comes from that. And then automatically they basically theorize, look, I can use tits and ass to get whatever I want. That's how they all become whores.
Right,
And they
okay, and then don't you think that
and
men
because their
contribute to
dad
that?
let me finish. Because their daddy wasn't around, they didn't have to do anything for daddy. They didn't have to bring daddy his beer or his slippers or anything like that.
Okay.
They didn't learn to do anything for men at
Okay,
all.
now that's one.
At all.
That's
They
one
did not
way.
learn
Hold on, wait.
to
That's
respect.
one way that we are
They did
contributing.
not
We not
learn
there.
to respect. They did not learn to respect the position of a
Okay,
man.
and
So
I
all
can
they
agree. I
grow up
agree with you.
seeing
Look, I agree
they
with you, but
grace
I'm
Look,
they
saying that's a one way that.
Santana, hold fast real quick. Hold fast.
I'm
Just
sorry. I'm
hold fast,
sorry.
bro. Go ahead, Black Rose.
So they don't grow up respecting the position of a man, the authority of a man. All they see is a man is a man is something you're supposed to scheme something off of, and you use your tits, ass, and pussy and other orifices to do that. That's it. That's how they all becomes whores. That's how everything all becomes transactional. And again, this was a freedom that women wanted. This was what women initiated. Men, the group and the collective of men did not initiate this.
Right, and what you just explained was what I said at first was that's one of the ways how black men contribute to them being hoes by simply just not even being there for their daughters. That's the start
No,
right
no,
there.
no, no. Hold fast, hold fast. Because now
Wow.
you out of pocket.
What?
Why is any child not in their father's home? No. Let him
because the
say it.
mother
Let him say it.
ejected the father.
I appreciate you, Kev. I ain't trying to cut you off, but I want him. Yeah,
I
brother. Why is
apologize.
any child not in their father's home? And
Well, I'm gonna go.
I'm excusing children with dead fathers. If your father was in the
Right.
army and got took out, I ain't talking about them. I ain't talking about the guy who had an accident at work and he ain't alive no more. I'm talking about
Right.
children whose fathers still alive. Why ain't them children in their father's home?
Well, the first thing I am gonna say is that the fact that you didn't marry the woman that you had kids with, because back then it was almost a guarantee. If you put a baby in that woman's stomach, you have to put a ring on that motherfucking finger. It wasn't no walking away.
Men are very much willing to marry women. So why ain't they married?
Are they?
No.
Yes.
There's never an issue about men who want to get married. And truth be told, men marry women they didn't even plan to just because he got her pregnant. So why ain't these kids in their father's homes?
I'm sorry, one of y'all contradicted y'allself. I'm not sure which one, but I'm finna say, because you can't say on one hand we don't have a lot of wives, but but y'all are still willing to marry.
No. Yes, you can, because the numbers say there ain't a lot of wives. Basically 3/4 of the black women are not married. That is a fact.
So why you putting your seeds in them?
Hold on. Black men are still very much willing to marry, and they literally marry women they don't even want to be attached to because he got her pregnant.
Hey, brother Santana, I think you're not putting the appropriate blame on who it should be, man. Like you don't want to hold. They're accountable for themselves, bro.
No, I didn't know. No, that's not true. I'm simply pointing out the fact that we play a part in that. We contribute to that. That's what I said. That's not taking blame from them.
No woman gets pregnant unless she wants to, man. No woman.
Okay.
Not this country. Well, a very, very, very small percentage may, but most of them do not.
Put like this. If you impregnate a woman who didn't want you to do it, we would literally put you in prison over that.
Even have children. Period. I mean, this is backed up by the United States Census report. And then
cut out, Uru.
Yeah, black.
But see, most of the children themselves are not necessarily coming from marriage. See, there's a lot of confusion about the numbers. We got to become much more astute about the statistics. I know a lot of black people have a lot of reservations about numbers, but the truth is in the numbers. The fact of the actual numbers say a very small percentage of black men and a growing number of non-black men are producing most of the children in the black American community. Small group of black men, a growing number of non-black men. That's what the United States Census reporting says.
The young brother's question.
Go ahead.
I'm
go ahead.
sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
The young brother's question goes right back to the topic at hand, is that they do not want to be under your control. They don't want to be under your tutelage. They don't want to be under your guidance. That's why we're not in the homes. They're willing to have your babies because there's a financial benefit to it, but they don't want to be under your they don't want to be under your guidance and your wisdom.
Okay, that's just another way. That's just another way you say we contribute to them being the way they are. First, I just forgot the first one. But the fact that you just said that they don't want to. As far as I'm concerned, we putting babies in women that we don't even see ourselves putting rings on.
How many babies you got in women that you didn't want to put a ring on?
I don't got no kids.
Okay. How many men on this panel got babies by a woman they wasn't willing to put no ring on? Is there any at all? Now you got to look at this.
Ask the next question. How many?
Well, hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. This is the thing. Look how many men on this panel right now. Now, okay. I know the guys because they've been coming up here for a while. I get you new, so you don't know. But the thing is, ain't none of us here been willing to put a baby in any woman that we didn't want to marry. That's a big zero. Okay? Now, it's 6 random black men, and it's 0 men willing to put a baby in a woman that they don't want to marry. Okay?
Ask them how many. Ask them how many women they have had sex with unprotected.
What difference does it make? They ain't got no kids.
That's a huge difference because you can if you had a bunch of different sexual partners.
See, Roger, hold on. He's gonna keep going in this circle. He's gonna keep doing it. Okay. First, peace. First of all, peace, Roger. Peace of the panel. Peace of the chat. This is a circular argument that see what we're going to have to really understand is as black men. Your first line who you have to fight is not even the females. It's actually dudes like this. This is a prime example of who you have to fight. First of all, we live in the most female empowered society on the planet Earth. We have the most powerful military on the planet Earth at this moment. Okay? There is nothing that these females cannot do in the United States. Okay? They have full body autonomy. Okay? So much so that there are even policies within the government through Medicaid and Medicare where they can actually get abortions at like 16 behind their own family's back without their family's approval. Okay? All right? So, with that being said, I keep telling y'all how powerful this horse shit is. This shit is so powerful that they can get males to buy into the notion that it's the men's fault that they are a whore. Let's be very clear. I just said that they have full body autonomy. So if they have full body autonomy, a man can't make them a whore. They can't do it. A man cannot make a female a whore. Being a whore is a choice a female makes. That's why historically female chastity has always been something celebrated. Male sexual prowess has been something that has been celebrated for men. What they want to do is try to apply the female standard to men. Okay? That's what they want to do. So they can absolve these females, many of which who rest in their families that people don't want to acknowledge. This is what a lot of these spaces really represent. A lot of black men, because me and you was talking about this Jado last week or the week before, like a lot of dudes cannot accept the reality of what it is. That most of the females in our group is on some horse shit. Let me tell you something, man. I was in high school when Freaknik was at its apex in Atlanta. Okay, ain't nobody make them get on top of cars, man, and twerk. They did that all. They wanted to do it. They wanted to get out there.
Did they stop them? Did they stop them?
Hold on. Can you stop the females in your family from having kids out of wedlock? Can you do that? Have you stopped any one of them from doing it? Do you have the authority? Hold on, no.
That's not even the same thing.
No, it is the same thing because you're assigning men. You are assigning men to do something to women they're not married to.
Right.
It's the
and
exact
you have the
same
authority thing. Hold on. If you're a patriarch, if you're talking all this patriarchal shit, do you have the authority in your family that when a female goes out there and gives up her virginity before marriage to exact punishment on her behavior? Do you have it?
I'm gonna say no, but let me respond real quick. Let me respond real quick.
Dog.
Because listen,
closed, dog.
Okay, bro.
The very thing that you're talking about doing, you can't even do it in your own family, dog.
Okay.
You can't even do it in your own family.
All right. Okay.
You can't even do it in your own. This is your blood,
bro. You just
said
that 3 times. You just said that 3 times.
Hold on. But what I'm saying is that it's dudes like you who say the things that sound good in the macro, when it's something that you can't tangibly touch. You can't touch the group of black people, but what you can do is touch your family members in terms of having some kind of imprint on what their behavior is. And you have not even been empowered by the women in your own family to command authority over their behavior. Okay?
All right. What
that's
you
the
just
fact,
compared, I understand. What you just compared was 2 things that's not even comparable. You speaking about
I compared a macro and
a
micro.
Listen, bro.
No. Let him respond, Rael, because I got something I want to say. So let him respond. I got Shark Sims and came up too.
You just compared 2 things that's not even comparable. You talking about women in my family having sex with whoever they having sex with behind my back to women that's going to an actual event where men are at, where y'all could stop them from doing this. Y'all can stop the whole goddamn event, because I'm pretty sure men made the damn event.
Okay, all
So
right, now stop right there.
You're
We hear
wrong.
your
You're
point.
wrong.
Hold on, Ryan.
Hold on, Rob. Before you, I don't want him to get that off. So I just want to say this one quick thing. First of all, Freaknik was started by black women on Spelman campus. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Now, this is the thing, brother, and I gotta let these other guy get up. Shark Sim just came up. He got to get his opening statement in. Now, you just said black men could stop them. Now, I'm gonna tell you, as a young man who never made it to Freaknik, but I didn't want to go. I did want to go. It wasn't none of the men that make me wanted to go. I was going there because of what these hoes I'm hearing about. That's why I wanted to go. Okay? Point blank period, had nothing to do with me. I wanted to go because there was a bunch of hoes up there, and I wanted to see how much truth is in what I'm hearing. Now, you said men could stop them. Now, I'm asking you, this is not a gotcha question, anything like that. We're not making fun. And I understand you're a younger brother. So, y'all, I don't want to make this where it gets heated. But I'm asking you a real question, brother. Let's say I wanted to go stop them. I'm a man. I heard about Freaknik. Let's say I did get there and I wanted to stop them.
Right.
How was I going to do it?
Well, first off, to me, it would be of all men. It's not just one particular man that can stop it. But what I have learned from that particular situation, if men don't show up at that situation, show up at Freaknik, that shit never happens. It'll be a whole bunch of group of women out there just with each other. They would tell you themselves, bro, that if men wanted women to move a certain way, and you are actually disciplined and moving in a certain way as well, they will follow you. They will tell you this, and I'm pretty sure a lot of men can speak to this. I don't know if y'all ever had a woman change her ways for you, but I have, and I'm telling you that they can. You can make.
So you was silly. You was silly, and I'm not saying this to insult you, brother. No. I'm not. Hold on. No, hold fast, because I don't want him to take this as an insult. I do not want him to. Y'all stop, because I don't want this to be me insulting him. Stop that, because I'm saying he sounds silly, but it's not like I'm trying to insult you or anything like that. I'm trying to have a respectful conversation. What I'm saying is, bro, nobody changes for you. People change for themselves.
Thank you.
Okay? Nobody changes for you. The thing is, the woman that you dealt with operates a certain way because of what she's trying to get out of whoever she's trying to get it out of.
Thank you.
She used the method that works for you.
Hey, Roger, can I get in real quick? My bad, Shark. Can I get in real quick?
Go ahead, but after Jado, let's get Shark.
Real quick. Just a question. And I think the brother, he's bringing up some good stuff, so I ain't jumping on you, bro. Have you had sex with any woman that you did not marry?
Yes, I have.
Okay, then. That's it.
Checkmate.
Okay. All right.
What did he check?
No, he's showing.
He did. No, he did checkmate you, bro.
He didn't checkmate. He didn't checkmate me.
Yes, you did.
Actually,
no.
Come
Let me tell
on,
you
bro.
how he didn't. Let me tell you how he didn't. He
actually,
and I understand. I understand what point he's speaking from, but I did get to a point in my life where I didn't want to do that anymore, and that's why I met my girl and I married her. So you didn't really checkmate me. I learned from my mistakes, and I wanted to do better.
He checkmated you because he proved that you fucked hoes.
Let me finish, bro.
He proved that you fucked hoes, though.
Listen,
that was his point.
Bro, I understand that, and we all have done it, but at the same time, bro, do we still gotta contribute to that nature of them, or if we switch our brains to marriage, you don't think that they will follow behind us?
Bro, now let Shark go. Now just let Shark go.
Yeah, because they ain't done it yet. They already proved they don't listen. They already proved that already.
That's because we ain't done it yet.
No, brother. If you don't understand enough about the numbers and stuff, but yeah, it's happening, and they doing what they want to do, and they prove that every day. But yeah, but hold on. We're gonna let Shark get in. We're gonna let Shark get in, and I'm letting this go because I do believe this still actually goes along with the subject of the show. Because if you want men to fix something, you gotta require the women to do something. And it sounds like and I'm gonna tell you how you coming across to the audience. You sound like you don't require women to do squat. Okay.
That sounds crazy.
No, I'm just telling you what you sound like, brother. I'm just telling you what you sound like. So you still welcome here. You know what I'm saying? Ain't none of us perfect, and nobody's at the same level on the same day like that. So it's all good. But
That's
Shark, I gotta get
no,
you
no,
in. You
no.
got
You done called me two names. Let me just respond real quick because you called me silly and crazy. Let me just tell you. All I'm telling you is if you change your mindset, she will change hers. How is that not requiring something?
because that is stating that I have the ability to control another person, which I cannot do.
Oh my God, bro, that is
Bro,
cap,
I don't
bro.
have
You
the
can.
ability to control other people. The only way I can control somebody is I have to be able to force them to do something. I have to physically make them do something. There's
Right.
children I can do that with. There's some men I can do that with. There's some women I can
I
do that
never
with. But
said
I
nothing
can't
about
control with
control. I
anybody.
never said nothing about control. You said that. What I
No,
said
no,
is if you switch
brother.
your,
You saying I can make them do something different based on what I'm doing. What? No,
I,
they're going to respond the way they want to, regardless of what I do.
bro, I understand, but what I'm saying is that I'm not talking about no control. I'm talking about if you switch your brain to marriage, bro, whatever you're dealing with, she's gonna follow right behind you,
Bro, I've
bro.
been
That
trying to get married since I was 18 and didn't
And
find
I got
nobody who
married
really
at
wanted
hey,
that.
hey,
22
hey,
while I
that
was in
sound like a
college.
personal. That sound like a
No.
personal
What
thing,
it
bro.
sounds like is your theory don't hold water. That's
It
what
don't
it
hold
sounds
water,
like.
bro.
You put a
That's
theory out
crazy.
there. No,
He say
bro,
he been trying to get
bro,
married
because
since
bro,
18.
I'm trying to let this other
I
brother
said
get in.
no. I said
I
I
don't
got
want to turn this
married
into
at
no
22.
argument, no personal argument. At the end of the day, you just told me something that I literally did that did not happen, and now you're making an excuse. That's what you're doing. You're saying you told me if you do this, this gonna happen. I just told you I already did it. It didn't happen. So now you're trying to make an excuse saying, oh no, that's you. You're making an excuse about your own theory that didn't work.
So you saying every woman you done came across,
None
you
of them were worth me marrying or I
wow,
would have married them.
wow,
If they were worth marrying, I would have
wow.
married them. It's not technical.
But at the start of when I first came on, you said black women desire marriage, and you
They
telling
do
me you
desire.
got
Just because you desire it don't mean you can have it. People desire to
bro.
drive a Bentley. They ain't got the money.
Okay, I'm gonna say this last thing and I'm good, bro. You
Mm.
are literally saying that you have been trying to get married since you was 18. I'm
No,
not
no,
sure
no.
how old you is.
Listen to me. I met women. They weren't worth me marrying them. So I
Thank
didn't.
you. Jesus
That no,
What
no,
Christ.
that's not what you just
what
said at
don't you
first.
get about
That's
that?
not what you just said at first.
That is what I said, bro.
We know him longer than you. We know what he's saying when he says that. We know what he's saying. That's
I
why
don't
we
think
ain't
he
pushing
need
back on it like you.
co-signers. I don't
No,
think
no,
he
no.
need
We known him
co-signers.
longer.
No,
We know what he's saying
brother.
because
You
he's fully
expected,
explained himself
yeah,
why he's
you
saying it that way.
expected to hear something else. You just didn't hear what you
Exactly.
expect.
Nah, yeah, you're right about that. You're right about that. I did kind of understand something you said. I
You
apologize
expected
about
me to say something else, bro. In the real world, a woman's job is to prove to a man that she is worth marrying. And none
Thank
of them
you.
proved it to me.
Thank you.
that. Okay. Actually, what you're talking about doesn't even work in the animal kingdom because
We
in
not
that
animals, so
world,
that's a great
Oh, here
thing.
we go.
We're
yeah,
not
yeah.
animals.
Here we go.
Listen.
Bro,
I'm giving you
I'm
another.
gonna
I'm
give
giving you another.
Shark
Here
the
we
I
go.
gotta get
I'm
Shark
giving you
in,
another
brother.
example.
Brother, I gotta get Shark in. He come up. I
Okay.
told you when you got here, the one thing I'm gonna
I'm
guarantee
sorry.
everybody get to do is get a statement in. Ain't nobody
You
gonna
right. I'm
come to my
sorry.
show and get blackballed where they can't get a word in. I gotta
No,
get this man a microphone. Okay.
you right. I
And
apologize. I
no,
apologize.
brother, I find, and my thing is, I don't want this to be a contentious thing. We're just exchanging ideas, and it's okay. Okay,
Okay.
I'm not asking you to agree with me, but we do. We just want a good exchange where the audience can hear what's going on. Okay,
No
but
problem.
Shark has to get the floor, and we also got narratives and dialogues that then came up. So let's get him the floor right after Shark Sims get the floor. You got it, Shark.
20 minutes later. No. What's up, fellas? How y'all doing today?
What up, Shark?
I wanted to touch on what him and Rael was talking about because he told Rael that he could stop the females that was dancing or dancing at the Freaknik. But when Rael asked him, "Can you stop the females in your family from doing et cetera," it was a pushback. Brother, you can't stop nobody from doing anything that they want to do. And I think that's the biggest problem now. What Roger was saying, he was saying he always been married. He always been marriage minded. He just ain't never found one that was able to marry. If black women want to be married and they desire marriage, that still means you still gotta be able to get married. Just because you want something don't mean you able to get it. You could want to be an electrician all your life, but if you don't go and get the proper certifications and learn how to do the stuff, it ain't gonna happen for you. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't know how old you are, but and I don't even know if you just got married. I don't know if your wife is sitting next to you right now, so you're talking like this. But you really got to understand, math don't just mean numbers; it mean logic too. And you really not putting the logic together. We're in America. No man can make no woman do anything. You know what I'm saying? And once you realize that, you might be better off. But right now, it's just like they arguing with you, and I don't even understand why, because you're never going to get it until it. And one of my favorite sayings is, "It burning? Fuck it, now you learning." That's the only way you're gonna get it, when it start burning.
Right. Can I respond to that, Roger?
Go ahead and keep a short response because narratives and dialogues and came up. He need to get in too. Go ahead, short response.
One of the things I said earlier was about God gave women the power to manipulate. Now, what I
No, he did
explained. Come on, bro.
No, he did not.
Okay.
Did God give women
how
the
do you,
power to
hold on? How do you
manipulate?
explain the Adam? How do you explain the Adam and Eve thing?
Satan.
Yeah, and I think Adam made a choice. I think honestly, I think Adam just made a choice to save her behind. He should have just let her die. Truth be told, he wanted to save her behind. He wasn't manipulated.
I
Can
understand.
we ask him about his background?
No, I understand. He probably don't believe that, but as far as I'm concerned, what I'm
Leviticus
talking about,
21:7. God tells man do not wife a whore. That's in Leviticus 21:7.
right?
Excuse me?
What I'm pretty much saying is that what is
Well, you don't
called.
want to go there.
No, I'm actually responding to the other guy. Why y'all attacking? We ain't gotta attack each other. We can have a conversation.
No, I don't attack. I dismantle.
Okay, you can do that with yourself, brother. I'm okay.
Yeah, I dismantle. I dismantle weak arguments.
Hold on. Let him say his point so I can get in narratives and dialogue. Come on,
yeah,
say
just
your
supposed
point,
to be
brother.
real quick. But what I'm talking about, I'm not sure. I can't see you. What I'm talking about is that it's a manipulation tactic, bro. If men don't show up at Freaknik, it ain't gonna continue. It's not gonna happen because they gonna be looking around. What a man at? And if you're not there, bro, it's not gonna happen. That's what I was talking about. As far as you trying to compare it to me stopping a woman in my family from having sex, that's not the same thing. That's not comparable. Because these is women at an event where we're talking about one of my cousins or something having sex behind my back. That's not even the same. That's not comparable. It's not in the same.
Oh, okay,
Category.
cool. We gonna let narratives and dialogue get in here, y'all. Narratives and dialogue, you got the flow, my brother.
All right, salute to the panel.
Peace, bro.
Hey, what's going on? Let's say this, bro. None of y'all is wrong. Number one, none of y'all are wrong. I think that, we all have our own individual experiences, that have worked for us. And I do understand that, some dudes do not understand how this logic works. You know what I'm saying? I say this, logic don't work, neither does a damn magic wand. So my thing is, the end goal is marriage. It doesn't matter. I mean, does it matter how each of us get there to marriage? I mean, does it matter? And being married doesn't mean you happy. That's what I would question at this point. If I'm clear on that.
Okay. Okay. So when I made the comparison, let's be clear. The female that's at Freaknik are the female that's in your families. They didn't get them from another fucking planet. They got them from families. Most of the time, broken families. But like I said before, the original concept of Freaknik started on the campus of Spelman and all black women's HBCU. Okay, so that's where it initiated from. It wasn't Luke. It wasn't Luke Skywalker. It wasn't Luther Campbell. It wasn't him. It wasn't Snoop. It was the brainchild of a black female. Okay.
I get that, Ryan, but
what I'm saying is when he said it's not a proper comparison. Yes, it is. because we're talking about the behavior. We're not talking about his
But
opinion.
is
We're
it a
just talking
proper
about the
comparison
behavior.
for his? For I'm not taking up for him, but is it a proper comparison for his own situation? What he's telling y'all is that that's not how it worked with him. He understand that these are
No,
the things that happen.
No. I'm talking about the
hold on.
macro and the micro.
And he did say it worked the same way with him. This man literally said, I went and married some woman who wasn't black. That man literally
Oh,
said, I went and
okay, I
married
didn't hear that.
somebody else. Which means what? He didn't find a black woman worth
He didn't
marrying.
find a black wife. That's right.
Okay.
It literally
That's
worked for
right.
him the same way.
Okay, now what we have to question is do you think that it's going to be better by dating out? I mean,
What?
you have the choice to do.
That's a different
That's not where
argument.
we're
That's a
going.
different
My thing
argument.
is we're going to stick to the subject of the show. And the whole thing
Okay.
is men require their daughters to not be hoes in the first place.
Sure do.
Get any young lady raised in her father's household, you're going to have a hard time finding a hoe. And I'm not going to tell you she ain't going to try. But men do all kinds of stuff to make sure their daughter ain't going to end up being a hoe under their roof. Now, it's the women that just, they going to be a hoe and ain't nothing you can do to stop them. And eventually they're going to move out their father's home and go become one. But what they not going to do is be a hoe while living with their father.
Hey, Roger, can we stick on the point that you just made with the brother Santana? Like, you said, like, were you able to, like, what made you decide to marry a Hispanic woman?
What made me? I'm not even understanding
You
because
don't
that's not.
understand my
Now that's
question?
very clear,
No.
bro. That's
Listen,
a very clear question.
bro.
That's a very
Okay,
clear question.
That's a
See,
very
because
simple question.
make
that's
it,
a very clear question.
hold on. Let's make it real easy. Why didn't you
Y'all
marry a black woman?
take it easy on that young brother. Y'all take it easy
Yeah.
on him.
Yeah,
No, it's all
and
good,
remember,
bro.
I tell you,
y'all.
Roger, he probably thought that
Hold
it
on,
was
Hey,
better to me. A woman is a woman.
hold fast, y'all. Please remember, he
Let
is
him
not here
answer.
in malice. He is being a genuine person, giving a
Yeah, it's all
genuine
good.
perspective. He is not here in malice, and I don't want him treated that way. Not saying that y'all are, but I do want y'all to keep this. He's not here to argue. You know what I'm saying? For the argument's sake, he's trying to understand. And at the end of the day, this is all for the audience. So the audience needs to hear his perspective and why he's come to some of the conclusions he's come to see if they think that's the right way to go or if something we saying is the right way to go. But let's make it a
I
good
would disagree with that
conversation.
position, but okay.
Well,
And let me just
first,
say real quick, because Black Rule said it. He said, men never taught anything about free Nick before female sexual liberation.
but you just said women created that.
Well, they did.
They
I mean,
did.
So what are you talking about? Why? I'm confused. What does
well,
that
no,
got to do with it?
bro. If the men never thought about it and the women created it, that makes absolute sense.
But we want him to
Until
answer the question
yeah,
first. Why didn't
until
he
they
marry
put
a
it on.
black woman?
Well, let me just say this: until women put it on the table, we wasn't thinking about it. Women put it on the
Right.
table, therefore, some men wanted to indulge. But at the end of the day, yeah, just why didn't you marry a sister, brother?
Right. Okay. What I'm gonna say first is that we all have to understand the art of manipulation. So if you take men away from certain things, it's gonna tell women a certain thing. But I
Hey, brother, you mind if could you just answer the question first and then,
I
like,
was about to say that,
explain?
Ray. I was about to say that,
Please.
K.
well,
Right there.
okay.
Please
All right. What I'm gonna
be
Why
say
clean.
don't
Be
you
clean,
just
my
say
brother.
because you
what
wanted
I'm
to? But you got to understand that a woman is still a woman, no
No, no,
matter
no, no, no,
what
no.
color
Well,
she is.
let him
No.
answer the way he
Let
wants
him
to
get it.
answer for himself. He's a
right.
grown man at the end. He's a little younger, but he's still a grown man.
But
What I'm
answer
gonna
the
say.
question though,
What
please,
I
please, brother.
what I'm gonna say is that when I chose to be married, it wasn't that I didn't want to marry a black woman or not. It was when I was ready. I met a woman. She was who I was with, and that's who I wanted to marry. It wasn't about no, I didn't want to marry a black woman or whatever the case may
And
be.
nobody's
I have
trying to
been
put that on you. Nobody's trying to put
right
that on you. You
and
wanted to get married and you
right,
found a marriageable woman, and it just so happened she wasn't black.
right. And
That's
what I'm
happening
trying.
to most. That is most men's
That's
experience
most
in
likely.
America. When you marry a
Yep.
woman, she probably won't be black.
I
Yep.
want to follow up on your point, Roger. I said this and I mean this. About 5% of black women are wives. That includes the ones that are married. 5%. What most
Where
people
did that
don't
number
want to
come from?
admit is
Where you get that number from?
80% of us. 80% of us. I'll tell you in a minute. 80% of us were born from whores.
Oh
80%.
wow.
That's
No, we
that's a
ain't finna
fact.
do this. We ain't
That's
finna
the
do
fact.
this.
Hey,
Wow.
hey, brother, I'm just saying.
If you took Black America 100 years ago and you put Black female mating choices up against the rule set 100 years ago, not white people. We ain't talking about white people. We ain't talking about white people standards and respectability. No, we're talking about Black people standards. Okay, 80 to 90% marriage rate, Black America. If you put their mating choices up against that rule set, majority of Black females will be defined as whores. That's the facts.
Yeah,
I
That's
mean,
yeah, bro.
That's the
bro.
facts.
What he
And
just
I asked the
said is
brother.
just so crazy.
I asked the brother two questions. Like, I was asking, hey, did you ever have sex with any woman before you got married? And he said yes. Then then I asked him about, why did he decide to marry a Latino woman? You know what I mean? So I'm just saying, like, if you had intentions of maybe marrying a black woman at some point, why didn't you just will her to do what you wanted to do so she can be a wife for you? Like, we're
Again, what I just said was when I switched my mindset to that, whatever woman I met at that time, again, you can manipulate them to follow you in that direction. Now, if you don't have that type of skill, that's cool. It's
Oh,
not.
okay,
It's not.
okay.
It's
oh,
not
okay.
the
I'm
end of
not
the
a
No, no, no.
world.
player. I'm not a
And
player.
now
You right.
hold
You right.
fast. No,
I ain't
no,
got no
hold
game.
fast.
No
Hold fast.
game. No
No, no,
game.
hold fast. Hold fast now. Because my thing is he made a point, and that point
Yeah,
needs to
because
be
I want to get
explored.
to it too.
Now,
I think you're thinking the
dig
same
this
thing.
here. Dig this here. You only have about a quarter of Black women even married in the first place. About 75% is married. Around 25%. I mean, around 25% is married. Around 75% ain't married. Okay. So at the end of the day, how come men in general ain't somehow manipulating Black women into being wives? Because they there and they
I
available.
just told you we don't. A lot of people. First off, when I said manipulation, y'all was pretty much saying, "Oh, you can't get nobody to do
No,
what you
no,
want
no,
them to
no, no,
do."
bro. Not about what was said. I'm gonna ask, since this big pool of Black women, some of these women fine. Some of these women sexy. Some of these women straight up gorgeous. Some of these women got some bodies on them. So you got this big pool of women who are unmarried. So why ain't men in general just making these women wives?
Again,
Well,
it's a bunch of different things, but I don't want to narrow it down to what that dude just said because
No,
it
no,
just
no.
said.
I'm talking
No,
about
listen, bro.
the
Let me.
majority, man. It's 75% almost is available, and we're not talking about some small group of men. I'm saying anybody who wants to. It's almost a 75% pool of sisters available, and you can manipulate
available.
them into
I
being a
just.
wife. How come the
I
general man ain't doing it?
the
The general man.
conversation listen, the conversation is so misconstrued because it's a couple different reasons why. first of all let's not keep acting like black men is just want to just run and get married, bro. That's just not true. That's
He's asking, what about the
partiality.
white man, the Hispanic man, the Asian man? What about them?
Well,
Why they ain't married?
And what about you?
against
And what about you? You want to get
Yeah,
married? You're a
you,
black
yes,
man.
yeah, yes. We started off with him, but
again, hold on,
Hey,
say
hey
the question
Roger,
again,
I
say the
want to make
question
a
again.
closing statement. I'm gonna leave in a minute. I'm about to leave.
Okay, go ahead and make your closing statement, then we'll give him the floor again. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to say this. Everybody up here have their own opinions. I think we're right in our own aspect according to our own individual uh, uh, capacities. Uh, I just want to say congratulations to the brother that do have a wife. But when you have one, make sure that you didn't marry her just because you married, a Latina, a white, or other than black woman, and nobody's going against you for that. It's just that know that you're marrying because you married for a reason, and you also know that this woman took your lead. Because either way it go, whichever woman you marry, if she can't follow you, then I mean, who's leading? And I'll end right there.
All right, go ahead, brother. What you was trying to express. Go ahead.
Well, actually, I was asking the guy that was spoke before me to ask the question again because somebody was talking while he was asking the questions, and I ain't really hear it.
What? Don't worry about it, because like I said, I want to do also stay in context of the show. And the thing
Okay.
is, if women were made to help, guess what little girls would be doing? Little girls would be doing stuff to be operating so they'll be a wife one day. Why is this not happening? Because they're not in their father's home. Why aren't they in their father's home?
Oh, that's what the question was
There is
about the big.
it's
There
their
was a
mom.
big pool of black women, and why they not married to any other race of men. And I said we need to start acting like our race of men is just running and trying to get married when that's just not true. We know that's not true. We know we don't think about that until later on when we had our fun.
I do disagree with you, but
If
there's a
that hold
lot
on,
of
hold on.
other men available.
If that was true about black men, why do black men have such a higher out of marriage rate out of Black America? If that was the case, if black men didn't want to be married, why is their number so high in terms of interracial marriage?
I mean,
including
okay.
you.
Again, I can't really answer that question because it's just I don't know.
That defeats your argument that men don't want to
That
get
no,
married.
that does defeat. That's no,
It
that
completely
doesn't.
defeats
That
it.
doesn't defeat my whole
Oh, hold on,
argument
sir.
because
It defeats
I
your
want to
whole
ask one more.
argument, actually.
I want to ask you one quick question. You said that when you wanted to get married, you just end up happening to bump into a Latina woman. Is 70% of the women around you Latinos?
no.
So
Just
no,
by
basically they say
happenstance.
that.
Just by happenstance.
I'm just saying, right? I'm just saying. You got my point, Jado. I'm like, they say that
No.
basically 70% of the fact. Hold on. You're gonna talk. They say 70% of the factor in choosing a mate is proximity.
Proximity.
Right.
So you somehow defied that. Hold on. You somehow defied that, and you're telling us essentially that you defied that, and somehow you really want to get married, and you got into 30% somehow. Like you just you saying.
Well, I met my girl. I used to work at a warehouse. I was a forklift driver, and I met my girl there. So it was a lot. It was kind of like half and half. It was some black women up in there, and it was some Latinas up in there, and it wasn't necessarily. It just happened. I can't really say it just happened. So I don't know. I don't know how to really respond to that.
Let
Brother,
me
it's not. Yeah, my
let me ask you
bad.
this though. Let me ask you this to clarify, because you said something earlier that I thought Roger was going to get to it, but he didn't. You said that when you were not in your right frame of mind, which means I'm taking that to mean you wasn't in a marriage state of mind, you were able to deal with black females by not being the kind of man that provided leadership to a black woman. But when you got in your right frame of mind, you were able to marry a Latina. So would you say your numbers as far as dealing with black females is what, over 10 at least? Would you say that? I don't need you to say the number, but would you say it's over 10?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so it's over 10. So at least 10
Okay.
different black females you dealt with. I mean, at 30, that's a pretty decent number. So at 30, you know what I'm saying? But you had dealt with at least 10 black females in which you admitted on your own that you were not the kind of black man that was providing leadership to black females, and they had no problem dealing with you like that.
I never said nothing about providing leadership, but
If you say
I
you're not in
guess
your right frame of mind, you said you wasn't in your right frame
when
of
I
mind
when
in
I
terms
mean
of
when I
marriage.
mean right frame of mind as far as like settling down.
Okay, that's why I said marriage. Marriage is settling down. Boyfriend and girlfriend, that's playing. I'm talking about
It's
marriage.
just
Marriage is
it's
the
just
only serious
semantics.
relationship. It's the only
It
serious
is.
relationship. So with that being said, when you were not in your right frame of mind in terms of settling down for marriage purposes, black females that you dealt with had no problem not settling down with you. They were cool with having casual sex with you.
Okay, yeah.
Right. So that completely refutes your argument about they want to be married and you got to be serious minded and all this type of stuff, because when you became serious minded for marriage
I
purposes,
didn't
it
say
didn't
that. I
even matter.
didn't say
Hold
that,
on,
bro. I didn't
you
say
didn't.
that.
Hold on,
I didn't say that.
when you hold on, I didn't finish my point. When you settled down with the mentality to get married, you did not even marry a black female. You married a Latina. So you went outside of the group. And you said that even at your job, there was about half and half available black females compared to Latinas. And at the end of the day, the when you got serious, you didn't marry a black female, which we can infer that in general, black females don't care about you being serious about marriage, because marriage is not really a value set in
That's
terms
not
of the
true.
collective of black
That's not.
females. It's
That's
not a
not.
value set.
That's not true,
And let
because
me,
that's not true. Hold on,
hey,
hold
brother,
on,
hey,
hold on,
hold
hold on.
on,
Can let me respond to? Can I respond
real
to
quick,
him? Can I
Santana,
respond to him? Can I
real
respond
quick,
to
brother,
him?
real quick, brother, real
Y'all about
quick,
to pile
real
on.
quick. You said that it just happened, man. Marriage is a very deliberate thing, man. That's kind of female language that we use. It's not
I didn't
just
say that, bro.
things just
Y'all
happen, man.
piling on, bro.
You
You gotta
made a
give me a chance to respond.
you made a very deliberate choice when you chose your wife,
Hey J
man.
Doe, you gotta learn how to. You gotta
You know
learn
what I'm
how
saying?
to. You gotta learn how to have a conversation, bro. If I'm responding, let me respond to him. Then we can get to you, and I can respond to you. But y'all
Right,
piling on.
right, right, right. But just don't dismiss what I just said, though.
I'm not gonna dismiss it, but let me
Go
respond to
ahead,
him.
bro. God, you
First
go
of
ahead,
all, he
go ahead,
says
go ahead.
first off, he said something that I didn't say. I think actually Roger said that. Me personally, I said that when you as a man, when you switch your brain to marriage, whatever woman you dealing with, you can somewhat manipulate her to think the same way. That's what I said. Now, when I was in that mindset of I didn't know how to flip that switch, of course, I was doing me. But then when I did flip that switch, and to me, as far as I'm concerned, it didn't matter the race of woman I ran into after that. It was it was bound to happen. It's just like if you and your woman, y'all get into it, whatever the case may be, or she talking crazy, you know how to certain ways to manipulate her. You take certain things away. You take certain things away as far as date nights, or you being vulnerable to her. If you take certain things away, bro, that and you would make her flip her way of thinking. It's just a manipulation
So, hold
tactic
on,
that I promise.
hold on, Santana. Is these tactics you mentioned to us, which we're listening to? Have you tried these, or have you tried them on your wife? Who did you try them on, and what's your results?
Bro, I just said
So,
when I just
okay,
said
so you got
I
a
tried it
Latino.
on my
Hold on,
wife.
which is a Latino woman.
What you say? I'm sorry. What you say?
You just explained. You're reinforcing their point. They're telling you that the Latino women are prepared. That's why when you applied your certain strategy, quote unquote tactics, they were reinforced by her father and her community and her culture.
That's crazy. That's
I'm
crazy.
gonna step in real quick. Look, y'all, and because my thing, bro, I know you don't want to believe we hear you, but we definitely hear you. Now,
Right.
I'm gonna tell you something. You know what I'm saying? This happened from a psychological standpoint. You had a different mindset. We gonna agree that your mindset was different. You said
That's what he
we're not
said.
questioning you on that. We're not questioning it. It wasn't. It had nothing to do with no marriage at the time. Now, when your mindset switched to say, "Hey, I want to get married," bro, you didn't even see the black women, because you at that point you start looking for women that would be good for a marriage. And even though you've been around black women, you couldn't see black women when it came to getting married. And you didn't do it as I don't want to marry no black woman. You didn't have no malice in that decision making ability.
Right.
You just said I wanted to marry a woman. And the woman that you could see that was worthy of a marriage just so happened to not be black, which is very consistent with around 75% of black women not being seen as marriage material. That's a very consistent thing.
And
Nobody is saying anybody's doing it from a malice reason. The thing is, when men take marriage very seriously, because we know there's a lot of responsibilities that come with marriage, so therefore we're trying to marry marriageable women, what we think is going to actually last forever, as they say. And you couldn't see the black women because they weren't there. not the marriageable one. When you was just looking, if they ask you how many women you work with, sure, you can count. Let's say, for example, it was 30 of them. But when you said, okay, I want a woman who's marriageable, it don't go to 30 no more. Probably didn't go to 20. Probably not even 15. Might only been 5. And out of that 5, it just so happened that the one that was marriageable happened to be a Latino, or a Latina, I should say, which is fine. It's not a crime. But at the end of the day, the thing is, the women want to be who they are. The women want to prove to men they are worthy of being marriageable if they actually want to be married. The 75% of black women could prove that to some man. If they're not dealing with a man who wants to get married, that ain't what they into. You know what I'm saying?
Can
Now,
I say how I actually used that manipulation tactic on a black woman too, and it actually worked?
Did you marry her?
Nah, I ain't married.
Then I ain't trying
It
to
didn't
hear
work. It didn't
It's
work.
other
It didn't
things
work.
that happen in that
It didn't
situation.
work.
So no, it's other things that happen in that situation. But I remember
Wait,
when
something else stopped you from marrying a woman you love that you thought was marriageable? I mean, be realistic, bro. You a man.
Listen.
You a man.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that I loved her, but that I said a manipulation tactic worked on her because I remember.
And that's very vague, man.
I'm
What does
sorry.
that mean, bro?
Right.
I
You
remember being
didn't?
this young brother.
Did you want to manipulate her into being a wife, bro? Was that the like? Was that your goal in the manipulation?
It definitely was, but it was other
So
things
it
that
didn't.
happened.
It didn't work,
It
bro.
didn't
It
work.
didn't
Hold
work.
on, bro. Let's not do that. Let's not do that, man.
Bro,
Let's not do
no,
that.
It
bro.
didn't work.
I'm gonna share something with the audience right now, y'all.
Hey,
No,
it's
no,
common. It's common
Roger,
sense.
hold on.
Right.
I'm just saying, like, I mean, I can manipulate a woman to do something, do a sexual favor or whatever. I don't know, run to the grocery store for me, whatever. I'm just saying, you said you had intentions of manipulating her to becoming a wife, and it didn't work, bro. So,
No,
Yeah,
I
that's
yeah,
mean,
not
what
yeah.
else?
that's not what I said. That's not what I said, bro. I don't know what's going
I
on with
think
Jay. I
No,
don't know
I
what's going
thought
on with Jay Doe. I don't know what's going
was
on with
was
Jay
it
no,
Doe,
no.
but
was
he
that
acting.
Al? Am my ears deceiving me? Maybe
Yeah,
did I hear that
it
wrong?
gotta
Jado,
be,
they're
bro.
not.
You
They're
first
not
off,
Jado.
hey, hold on, wait, because first off, I didn't even finish what I was saying. You just went
No.
to somewhere else.
Santana. This is the thing. He asked you. He said, "Was the manipulation about getting her to want to be married to you?" And you did say yes.
What I
You
said.
gave a positive response to
He
that.
said yes.
What I said was that he said if I wanted to manipulate her to get married, I said yes, but that wasn't the manipulation tactic that I used on her. When I first met her, I used a manipulation tactic because I remember she told me that she went out with me, and then I think a week later she went out with another guy, and she wound up telling me this. So I remember it was a concert that I lined up for me and her to go to, and I completely took that off the table for her. And after
Oh,
that,
you.
after
Oh,
that,
so you
I
didn't want to
see.
marry the hoe?
What is he talking about? What did he just hear?
Hey man, hey,
What?
I think I'm done with this
Hey,
chat,
I'm not
bro.
even
I think
listening.
you
Hey,
playing
Roger,
games.
Roger, Roger. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's screaming a little. It's screaming to a certain extent. A black woman hate, and it's a
No,
Here
scary.
we go. Here we
brother.
He
go.
A
reading
little
Black
bit,
from a
woman
a
hate,
little
script.
bro.
bit.
Now,
I'm
y'all,
not a
He
little bit.
everybody chill for a
he
second, brother.
reading from a script, bro. He reading from a
Yeah,
script, bro.
but brother, this ain't got nothing to do
Come
with
on,
black women
dog.
hate. I'm
Oh
telling
my
you,
god.
I'm finna say something to you, man to man, and this is me not trying to disrespect you in
I
any
mean, we
kind of way or
literally
form.
asking
No,
you like
right,
what didn't work.
hold on, bro. I'm not trying to disrespect you. I'm just pointing out what I'm seeing.
This is about you now. This ain't even about
Okay,
them.
I'm pointing out what I'm seeing, bro. You literally just said you tried to manipulate a woman
I
into
said I used the
anything.
manipulation
Oh,
tactic.
okay, and brother, that is fine. Now, I have had many channels. I've been saying this way before I met you. Manipulation is a tactic women use to move around the world because they cannot get things they want without getting it out of other people. So they use manipulation. As a grown man, I'm really sitting here wondering why are you trying to manipulate anybody? I understand if you're gonna be a
First,
crooked person, you're gonna
right.
try to manipulate a thief, gonna try to manipulate a potential victim.
Mm-hmm.
If you are not attempting to commit a crime as a man, why are you trying to manipulate anybody?
Well, when you're dealing with women, I have learned you have to. This from my experience. I can't speak from nobody else, but you gotta kind of manipulate they man to think a certain way that you want them to think. Now I ain't saying necessarily to control them, but in a way you can have man control over them if you play them a certain way. Like I told you that I lined up a concert for me and her, and when she did something that I disagreed with, instead of her listening and trying to understand where I was coming from, I took that off the table and she didn't go. And I wound up taking another woman, and she seen that, and she came back and was on her best behavior when
Okay,
she realized that.
women do make certain moves when you bring in competition of other women. I'm not gonna say that's not true, but I'm
Another
just gonna be,
manipulation
but
tactic.
but but I am gonna be realistic, bro. If I gotta manipulate her, I don't actually want this chick. Maybe I want to put my dick in her. You know what I'm saying? But that don't take a whole lot of that. I want to put my dick in somebody. You just got to look good, have a decent
Uh,
body, and don't have diseases. That's all it really takes. Get your
uh,
dick in somebody, all right? But that's not real anything. But to be you talking about somebody for a potential relate. If I gotta manipulate you to create a situation where you're comfortable being in a relationship with me, you're not worthy of me. You're stupid.
hey,
Am I
Roger,
thinking women
he
That's
are
said,
not true,
stupid?
bro. That's not
At a
true.
certain
hey,
point in time, we just gotta accept
Not
hey,
certain
true.
women are
the
just
brother,
stupid.
hey, you said she got back right once you manipulated her, right? She got back right.
Yes. She
Then
she
what
she came
happened,
back.
bro? What happened?
She came back on her best behavior, and there's certain things that
Okay,
happen, and it's certain
cool.
things that kind of happen that
Oh, here we go.
came
Another
No,
through
no, 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 no,
explanation.
but
another.
no,
it
no.
but it
Wait,
wasn't
wait,
it
wait.
wasn't
No, no,
Hold,
no.
she didn't
hold on.
What it is, he tossed the broad away because at the end of the day, he didn't care nothing about this broad. So he tossed the
That's not
broad
true.
away.
That's not
So,
true.
so
That's not
Wait,
whoa,
wait.
true.
whoa, whoa, bro,
No, that's not
you
true.
hold
That's
on
not
now.
true. Can we
You
not
didn't.
assume?
Hold on, bro. You did not marry the woman that you manipulated to be with you in the first place. You
That's
she
not
did
said
true.
she
toss
got
her
back
away,
right.
whether
That's
you
She
want
not
to
said she
admit
true.
got
that or
back
not.
That's
right.
not
Which
true. That's not true.
now
That's
I
not true.
understand.
That's
Now
how
I
you can't
understand where
understand something I never
your guilt
said.
complex come from.
You can't you
Fellas,
No, no,
can't
bro,
understand
you
something
did
I
fellas,
never
tell me you
said.
manipulated her. So
You just
I
said it.
bro,
listen.
you
I
did
never
say you manipulated
listen.
her.
I never said listen. I never said I manipulated
well,
her. I never said I manipulated her to be my wife or something. I said I manipulated her to act,
No,
to think a certain way and
I asked you
behave
that
accordingly.
specific question, bruh.
wait,
but
wait,
I didn't,
wait, wait.
and I didn't say
A
you
lot of y'all
manipulated her
talking
to
at
be
the
your
same
wife.
time.
No,
A lot of y'all
Hold on,
talking
Roger,
at the
Roger,
brother,
hold on,
same
listen
Roger.
to me,
time.
Hold on,
brother,
Roger, hold on.
listen to
Roger,
me. I did not say you manipulated her to be your wife. I said you manipulated her to be with you for a period of time, and then you
right.
threw the chick away because she wasn't important to
I
you,
didn't throw it away. It was something else that happened. It
bro.
wasn't
You're
that.
not
I
with
would
it
have I know.
anymore.
Oh,
I would have told you if I just threw her
Oh
away or
my
something,
god.
but it was
No,
nothing like that.
bro. Every woman I have been with, I've literally thrown them away because I don't have them. They're
That's
gone.
not me. That how you gonna put yourself on me? That wasn't me.
No, no,
he's not
bro.
gonna. He's
Oh, no, what I'm telling you is something like my father told me,
He
man.
being some
I'm,
Roger.
yeah,
He's literally on the female stuff.
yeah. He
He's using
playing games.
semantics.
Yes,
He using
yes,
That's
sir.
semantics to
yeah.
crazy.
One hundred
avoid
That's crazy.
arguing.
percent.
Y'all
No,
using
it's
art of
And
manipulation.
this is why I'm trying to say something. A man told me, my daddy told me when we lost some of his children, he said you gave it away. He didn't want to hear all
Okay.
that stuff about I lost his. No, you gave it away because there is somebody in the world that picked it up off the bus you left it on.
I'm pretty
Somebody
sure they did.
left it on,
Pretty
got it
sure
off
they
the
did.
school desk you left it on.
And
Somebody
I
picked
think
it off on the ground you left it on. You gave it away. And if
I,
you give up a woman, you're giving her away. You're putting her back in the pot for somebody else to pick up if they want. So at the
and
end of
all
the so what I'm saying is you threw her away because you didn't want her, so you threw her back in the pool. I'm not saying anything about your character. I'm saying you literally threw her away. You manipulated her, then you threw her away. So there is some guilt there about how you've personally treated women. That's telling me why you saying some of the stuff you saying. You know
bro, it's
you
not.
ain't treated women properly.
Listen. No, it's not. That's not what I'm saying, bro. It was something that happened. I'm gonna just put it out there because y'all starting to take it somewhere else. My twin brother wound up getting killed, and
Oh, here we
I
go,
started to.
bro.
No. Let him say what he
Bro,
gonna say.
I mean,
Young
I'm
man.
just
Let him
saying,
say what he gonna say.
bro, like we're not getting into that, man. Like, come on, that's
like
so
for
we can
real.
back
Like
up
I'm
off, we
being
can
honest.
back up off of them. Like, oh, hey, brother, sorry for your brother being killed, man. I don't want to be like dismissive of that, bro, or
But
insensitive to that. But
but your
like, then
brother.
we gotta back up off of them
No,
now.
no, no,
Okay,
no,
you're
no. We're
like,
not doing that because
come on.
your brother.
That's women.
Your
That's
his
female tactics,
no,
man.
no, no. I understand that, but I'm gonna say once he get through saying what he gonna say, your brother being dead, which is a very unfortunate thing, because I don't wish that on people at all, and I understand that could be a sensitive situation for some people. But your brother being dead ain't got nothing to do with how you treating women.
Hey,
But go ahead.
Just the guy that did all of that, when I said that, it definitely kind of made me feel some kind of way, because we don't
All right,
really
bro.
laugh at this is
You playing games, man. Hey,
Roger, this is
if
how
you
we
come
talk
up
to
here
black
acting like a
men.
bitch, homie, we gonna
No,
treat you
hey
like one.
Jado,
Hey,
we're not gonna do that, Jado.
hey, man.
Y'all,
No,
it is
man.
okay for people to have a different point of view.
It's
All
not
I'm saying,
okay for black males to try to manipulate black men out of their arguments. My dad died the year my father passed. I got married the same year. You think that shit was less fucking painful of losing a brother?
I'm
No.
not you, bro. I'm not
But
you.
when I met the proper woman, matter of fact, when my father passed, I was with this chick that was on some bullshit. I dropped her ass. 4 months later, I met my ex-wife, and 3 months later, we got married. Why? I was the same guy, but I got a different woman. I didn't have to manipulate her to do shit. I never took her out on a date. Matter of fact, I used to invite her over to my spot and I used to cook dinner for her. No, I'm not going to be manipulated with some shit like that. No, that ain't got nothing to do. Everybody go through shit. Everybody has gone through loss and all of that. It still does not negate the fact that you still got to step up and be a fucking man, dog. Period. And if that woman was a quality woman, and I'm saying this on behalf of that woman, if that woman was a good woman, and you bullshitted that shit, you bullshitted her away, just be a man and say you fucked that shit up. Just say I fucked that shit up, and we can respect that. We can respect that as men, because we like, okay, shit happens like that. We that's okay, but don't bring your brother in and try to use him as a fucking damn cover over some shit you did. If she was a quality woman and all this black woman shit you're talking, then at that moment, especially if she was trying to be there for you during that period, and you fucked her off, oh man, it ain't us. We don't hate them. You do.
Hey Roger,
and I do want to say, I want you to say what you're gonna say, brother. But this is what I do want you to think about, because you're on public airways right now. See, I had to go through the loss of a brother yet, and I respect that can be a very powerful thing, because I'd be crushed to lose my brothers, any of them. Okay, but I am gonna say, do take into account how you finna represent your brother's memory right now. Since you brought him up, you're gonna represent his memory in some kind of way. That is your brother, man. Be careful on what you're gonna put out publicly on your representation of your brother's memory. But go ahead.
Yeah, to a certain degree, I think, because black men, we have to learn how to, be more considerate and understanding. And I don't think as y'all being older than me, and y'all pretty much kind of, overlooking death. This my twin brother.
Can you
This my
tell us
cousin.
about the situation with your brother, bro?
I'm not finna go
We're giving
into
you
it.
grace right now to allow you to speak,
Nah,
bro. Just speak
it's okay.
about it.
Nah, it's okay. It's
We
okay.
all,
Cause
hey, I said sorry for your loss, bro. Can you speak on it, bro?
I'm just let's just stay on that. Let's just stay on topic, because I don't want to go over there.
Yeah, the topic was what happened with your brother and how it related to this black
Nah,
woman
that
that you
wasn't,
didn't
sir,
marry.
sir, sir. That wasn't the topic. That was, if we just talking
That's
about
what
the
we were
girl I dealt with,
addressing right now.
sir, please. The topic was what happened with her, and like I
As it
said, my
relates
cousin.
to your brother, you
No.
saying other
Bro,
stuff happened.
Man. My whole thing was, look, at the end of the day,
crazy.
I don't want to come off saying mean, but I don't think whatever happened to his brother has anything to do with how
It
he
doesn't, Roger.
personally treats
He
women.
acting like a
This
bitch,
is this is
bruh.
the fucking tactics that
Jado, chill.
motherfuckers.
Jado,
Hold
chill.
on. This is the tactics that people use against black men for us to not stand firm and on code. This is the type of shit people use against us. They act like when we respond to certain. See, Jado is one of the most laid back cats on this panel. but he did
Exactly.
not appreciate being manipulated, because this is the word this dude keeps using. He keeps using the
Gaslit.
word manipulation. You know what I'm saying? Nobody up here has anything against somebody that has lost. All of us have experienced loss. We know what loss means. But man, we ain't gonna sit here as grown ass fucking men when we're asking a younger man about what was his, because he said that he manipulated her. I don't use that kind of language when it comes to women, because I don't have to manipulate a woman. I am what I am. I show it, and if she cool with it, she cool with it. If she not, she not. But at the end of the day, I don't use that type of tactic, because when you're moving, and this is what I keep saying over and over again, the problem is in Black America is that we don't understand the difference between dating and courting. Dating is for fucking. Courtship is for marriage. And when you try to use manipulation tactics like money and your wallet, yeah, you stand to get burned out here, because you ain't trying to get a female to love you, love and be with you on the strength of what you represent as a man. You're using another tactic or strategy that is based off of transaction. And a lot of dudes have not had females just deal with them on the strength of who they are as a man. I hate it for you. I'm sorry that you ain't been able to get that kind of response, but don't sit here and use your wallet as a substitute from the fact that you just couldn't get a certain response from this particular female, because you acknowledge that she went out. And I'm not saying she was wrong, because if she's single, she can practically do what she wants to out here. But you need to know the difference of courting a woman as a man and actually dating. If she's dating, she's open to any guy, which she
Well,
showed you in her behavior.
my thing is, if a woman can date without being courted, men are wrong. No, there should be no dating if it don't involve courting. Point blank, period. And men control that. We got to take responsibility for what we are responsible for. Now, my thing is, I ain't gonna even lie. Even somewhat out of curiosity, I know ain't nobody on the panel finna be manipulated, but I am actually curious on how you take a death of my brother and somehow attach that to how I'm treating women. Because I literally said he treated some women like garbage based on the direction he's going down. Look like he treated some women like garbage, or multiple women like garbage, because he changed his mindset at some point. And then he brought up his brother, who unfortunately passed away. And I wanted to see how this was going to even get connected, or how he's treating women, because his brother died. Like, I don't even understand that. How do you even work that into the same story?
So, brother, you don't think death can impact certain areas in your life?
We
Yes,
gave you the we
yes,
gave you
yes,
the
we do.
So
opportunity.
what is he talking?
We
What is he
gave
talking about then? What is he talking about?
we're giving you the opportunity to explain how it affected
No,
this
no,
particular
wait, no,
relationship.
no. Hey, it's no
So are
explain,
you going
no
to
explain.
explain it or
Listen,
not?
I just heard y'all out. Hear me out. If death
Hmm.
impacts certain areas in your life, what the hell is he talking about? Talking about
I
Brother,
literally brought up.
all I
Hold on.
said
I
was,
Go
literally
ahead.
y'all, no,
Go
hold on,
ahead,
y'all.
Roger. Let
Hold
him
on,
tell
because
us.
this is
Let him
taking
tell
too
us.
long. This is taking too
Yeah,
long.
Tell
come
us.
on, man.
I said I'm curious on how the death of a brother impacted how he treats women. That I'm curious about it. I did not say
Tell
death
us.
can't impact people, so I'm just trying to hear how that happened.
Tell us, please.
Well,
We're curious.
I recognize. I
the fact.
recognize this.
Y'all, let
Hold
him
on.
tell us
Let him
how it
No.
tell.
happened,
Let him
y'all.
tell
Let
me.
him tell us how it happened. How did the
He's
death of
not
his
gonna.
brother impact how he treats women?
He's
What
not
I'm
gonna
gonna
tell
say,
you, man.
what
This
I'm
is the,
No,
what
no,
I'm
no, no, no.
No,
The
no, no,
thing
no,
is,
no,
if
no.
I don't give
Let's
him the
hear it. Let's hear it.
if I don't
Let's
give
hear
him
it.
the opportunity to say that, then it's a theory. I
what
don't
I'm
want it to be a theory. I want to know how the death of his brother impacts how he treats women.
He didn't
well
talk himself into a
let me
hole.
say this. Um, you know, a couple months later, my cousin wound up dying too. But I'm gonna speed it up. Uh, I'm the type of person. It's some people out here too like that, but I'm the type of person that when I go through something, I tends to shut off, and I went into a real dark place at that time. Uh, and again, of course that affects your relationship with other people. You know what I'm saying? I'm not feeling go deep into it, but that's pretty much. If you understand that, if you get the gist of that, then you understand what I'm saying. I went into a super dark place, and it was what it was. So that's kind of how it affected my relationship.
Is
So
this brother's
you're
name?
so he's trying to atone for his mishaps.
No, wait
Is
a
that what
second.
you're doing?
I can say yes, I
Is
made that
it?
mistake with her. I can say
Yeah.
yes, I
Is
made that
this
mistake at that situation.
Is this
Yeah.
this brother's name
And he's
Santana? Correct. Santana, I recognize you. You are who I was 20 something years ago. You have a gynocratic mindset and you don't even know it. You don't even know what it really is. You think like women have taught you to think. You behave like women have taught you to behave. That's the problem these older brothers are having here. And they're not getting on your case. They're actually trying to teach you something, but you're not receiving it. You are manipulating or attempting to manipulate people in your life and in this conversation because that's what you've been taught by women, bro. And as men, we speak straight, we walk straight, and we do things a straight way. That's why it's unacceptable the things that you're saying and excuses that you're making. And that has nothing to do with your brother. I also condolences to your brother and any family members that you have lost. But we've all lost somebody. We've all lost something. But you got to stand up and be a man at
Can you
all
tell me how?
times.
Can you tell me how I manipulated this conversation?
you're using a lot of vague language, and then when we try to extrapolate like what you're trying to say, you oh no, that ain't what I'm saying. Y'all getting on me. Like these
I'm
are
gonna
go ahead.
No,
No,
that's
go
not.
ahead,
No,
Roger.
no.
Go
Let
ahead.
me let me let me
Go
let me
ahead.
hold
Go
on,
ahead,
hold on,
Roger.
hold
hold
on.
on.
Let me say
That's
this
I'm
to
gonna
you,
that's
ask
brother.
not
You said
manipulation.
Hold on,
we
y'all.
hate you. It
Let
sounded
me
like
say this to you,
we
young
hate
brother.
black women up here.
Let,
That's
let
a shaming tactic.
I mean, that's one thing. The fact that you would bring up the fact that your brother died to try to convince us that this had some impact on how you treat women is another thing. And then you did something
I
that
never
women do.
said. I never
No,
said
no,
that. I
no,
never
brother,
said that.
What I'm saying is you brought up the fact that your brother died as if it was going to impact
And I said
your
that
decisions
also.
with
That,
women.
no, I did not say that.
No, no,
I did not
brother.
say that.
You asked why do we
That's
see it as
exactly what you
manipulation?
said.
I'm just trying to give you the answer to that question. Why do
Oh,
people on the
y'all.
panel see it as manipulation? When you
Okay.
bring up a dead person that has nothing to do with the conversation, we're going to take that as you're using the fact that you lost somebody so we'll have some empathy and come to a different conclusion
No,
than we
that's
would
not
have
true. That's
without.
not true. I was
I'm
not.
not
I
saying,
wasn't.
bro. I'm just telling you what it looked like. You
I
said what?
understand. I
How do
understand.
y'all
I
come
understand.
to that?
Now
I'm
that
just saying what it looked
you
like.
now that you
That's
now that you made that
that's why
clear.
Jado kept
Now
trying to
that you
nail
made
you
that clear.
down.
Okay, now that you made that clear, I understand. That wasn't what I was trying to do. I was pretty much telling me what happened with me and a girl or whatever came in between. And I'm pretty much telling you, I went through a dark time in my life, and that was what it was. So I'm not sure.
That's still
I'm
ain't. That's
actually
really
listen,
you
listen,
still ain't
listen,
explaining
brothers,
anything.
listen,
And you added
listen.
your
Okay.
cousin,
This
and
is
you added your
crazy,
cousin.
man. Y'all
You
have to
added
listen,
another
bro.
dead family member into it, bro.
Right.
Bro,
Here's
y'all
here's
have to
the
listen, bro. This is crazy, bro. We ain't
no.
gotta do all
We
this. We
we
could have been
no
moved.
we
I'm saying we could have
no we
listen. We could
are
have been moved forward in the
We are
conversation, but
listening
yet
to you.
y'all
We're
no
just
no
still
not
trying
no
to.
accepting
we
what you're
are
saying.
we are listening to you, and to answer your question that you asked me directly is, as men, when a man asks me a question, I answer directly before I go into a story. I don't want to hear the story. I want to hear the direct answer. Hey, how did my brother's death affect me in my relationship? Like when my brother went to prison for life, how did that affect me in my marriage that I was in
But
at the
see,
time?
but
Well,
see, and
at
I
that
understand.
time,
No, wait, I
my
understand that, but listen,
no,
I
no, no.
understand.
I'm gonna give you a direct answer if somebody had asked me that. At that time, I started misbehaving and taking it out on my wife. That's
Thank
a
you.
direct
Thank you.
answer.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
I
That's what I
understand
was
that,
getting
bro.
at too earlier.
I understand that. I'm not coming at none of y'all. I understand what y'all saying. I'm just telling well, however y'all perceiving it, that's not how I'm trying to
You're
That's not
speaking
manipulating.
I'm
very.
just
Hold on,
You're
hold on, Jada, hold on, because he, because
hey,
yeah.
remember, I
hey
asked him
Roger.
about.
Hey
Hold
Roger.
on, I asked you.
Hey
Hold on,
Roger.
I asked
Hey
you.
Roger, I'm not gonna lie. you know, at times when I have talked to women, bro, and they have told me about this toxic masculinity, bro, I used to be thinking they crazy. Like, real talk, I
Oh
used to
my
think they
goodness.
was
He's a
crazy, bro.
comedian, bro. This is a
Nah, real
comedian,
talk. I
bro.
swear to
No,
God, I used
bro.
to think they was
Hey,
crazy.
He's getting his
I used to
information
think they
from
was
females.
crazy,
Remember,
but
he
listening
prefaced
to
his
he's
y'all,
entire
bro,
thing
I'm like, damn,
he's
they was
going through his
crazy.
Yeah.
checklist, man.
All right.
He's going through his
Y'all
checklist.
going through
hold
the
fast,
checklist.
hold
There
Oh
you
fast,
my
go.
hold
God.
fast, because I'm gonna have to bring this to a close. So let me just tell you what it is,
Oh my
young brother.
God.
Look, you are welcome to come back on any day. You know what I'm saying? But I do try to stick to the subject of the show. And
Oh
as
my
long as it seemed like
God.
it was worthy of the subject of the show, I was trying to let it rock. But at the end of the day, women have to be prepared to help men if they want to participate in the community. I'm gonna say, based on what I've heard you say. Based on what I've heard you say, what I heard come out your mouth, you
Wow.
have an issue because you have mistreated women in your past. You feel guilty about mistreating those women in your past. And I totally get why you mistreated those women because I'm not saying this about you. I'm telling you what I believe. I don't believe you was raised by your father. And I believe because you come from a single mother home, you mistreat women because I know how what women teach a lot of times in single mother homes, and they don't teach to treat women well to their sons. That's a usual thing among single mothers. They do not
Yep.
tell their sons to treat women well. You know what I'm saying? And when they do try to teach their sons to treat women well, they try to get them to do a bunch of sucker stuff,
Simp
but they
shit.
don't normally teach their sons how to treat women well. So you learn a bunch of bad stuff from your mama and the company she had you around, and now you feel guilty that you did stuff that you shouldn't have been doing to women who you perceive didn't deserve. And
All
that's
right,
why you're taking a
I
stand.
hear you. I
No,
hear you
I'm
on that,
not
Roger.
saying, I'm not accusing. I'm just telling you what I believe.
Okay,
Okay?
I'm asking.
This
Let
is
me
not
ask a
an accuse of
question.
you.
What did I say that
And
made you feel like I mistreated
almost
women and I feel
everything.
guilty, bro? Hey,
And
bro, brothers.
he wants to spread this guilt amongst all black men too.
Yes,
That's what he
exactly.
wants to
When did
do.
I say that? When did I say that? Real
The
talk.
entire time you've been here, bro.
This what we'll do. We can talk more after the show, but we hit the 4 hour mark, y'all. I'm gonna
Yeah.
let Tunnel Runner just came up, so
Bro,
I
y'all
gotta
don't
let Tunnel
listen to
Runner say
anything.
something. No, I gotta let Tunnel Runner say something. If you want to continue to talk, we can talk after the show is
We can
closed
talk
out. We
after
can
the
have
show.
a discussion after the show. But this is a show. It's not your parents' living room, okay? It's not your crib. We're not hanging on the corner. This is a broadcast at the end of the day, and broadcasts do have to come to an end. And I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just telling you what I believe based on what I've observed so far. And that's all it is to it at the end of the day. Maybe I'm wrong, but in my closing statement, I usually remind people that I'm right. But maybe I am wrong, okay? But I'm right. But Tunnel
Let's
Runner,
go.
please, Tunnel Runner, please make a statement. And then I'm gonna close the show after Tunnel Runner. So Tunnel Runner gonna get the last word, y'all.
All right.
Go ahead, Tunnel
Mr.
Runner.
Santana, I'm married to a Latina. I'm married to a Latina, and all I wanted was some respect. And she gave me respect, and I gave her respect. And that's how we made that shit work. No manipulation.
And you
And
know
that's what
what?
he's doing
None
to
of us
turn
got
around.
a problem
He's
with
doing
that.
no, turn around. He's doing the same thing. He's just trying to save black women by making it seem like he's doing extraordinary. He's not doing. He's just being him. What he is, just being another person, and she's being another person. Respect each other, and that's why their marriage work. And he just doesn't want to admit that's what's going on.
Yeah. And Santana, don't get me wrong, brother. I commend you. You're a young man that lived in the world. You made certain decisions, and then you said, "I need a wife," and you found a wife that was available. You found the woman that you recognized had wife qualities, and you married her. She just didn't happen to be black. But that happens to most people in America. They decide they want to get married. They meet a woman who is marriageable, but normally she ain't black. That's an
Yeah,
American
y'all.
thing, brother. That's just an
Yeah,
American thing.
I
Okay?
feel you. I'm feel you. And let me say this real quick. Y'all was saying that I was saying some a certain female-ish things, whatever. But y'all strictly just cutting me off every time I'm trying to make a point. That's female behavior to me right there. That's all I'm saying. No
Bro,
disrespect to nobody.
no,
He's
Roger,
brother.
let me
good,
say
man.
this.
He's
We
good.
don't keep.
Keeping you on
Roger,
topic.
very quickly.
Let me close the
Keeping you
show.
on
That boy
topic
good.
right now,
We just
bro.
don't say we can understand how you saw it that way. I can understand how you may see it that way, and I'm gonna
If
say
every
that
time I'm
so
talking,
we can
y'all
close the
cut
show.
me off,
No,
what else
bro,
is it?
bro,
No,
brother,
no, 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 no,
they
no, no,
knew
no.
a lot of what
That's
you was
not what
gonna say
happened.
way before you said it.
And so that means
That's not what
cut me
happened.
off.
No,
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 That
no.
boy good. That boy good,
That's what
man.
type of show this is.
nobody
Right
cut you
No,
there.
off.
no, brother. Number one, I'm just gonna introduce you into a few realities that ain't really much you can do about it.
Hold on. You got interrupted when you veered
multiple
away
times.
from the topic of what was being talked about.
That's not true. Y'all was asking me questions on my situation.
That is true. Every
Y'all,
time you did that.
Chef Mike done came up, so y'all know it's finna be something now. And I'm just gonna say, brother, this your first time here. In reality, you don't have the pool you think you're supposed to have. You ain't got it like that yet. I don't know you like that, bro. And I'm not saying you're a bad person. I am not saying you can't come back. I've been talking to certain brothers here for years at this particular point. You ain't got it like that. You in a new place. You like the dude who can hoop, but you came to a court that don't nobody know you, bro. And you just ain't getting in the game like that. That's just the reality. You got to that as a man you should understand is a real thing. You don't get favor like other people get favor when you're new to a place. People don't know you like that. That's all it is. But Chef Mike, of course, you got the flow. Go ahead.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to find yourself on this Throw a Punch Thursday. I really don't have nothing to say except y'all know me, one at a time, gentlemen. I get upset about that, so I'm gonna save all of my comments for after the show, backstage. But yeah,
Now
I'll
it's
save
gonna
it
be
for
worse.
backstage.
Now the comment's gonna be worse because he's gonna say it backstage. Hey, I'm gonna say thank y'all for coming through. I think the subject matter was a very good subject matter that needed to be tackled. I'm gonna say, regardless of what Santana or anyone else thinks, there's no harsh feelings toward him. He all good over here. He can come back anytime he wants. I'm gonna recommend you subscribe to the channel because there's gonna be a lot of fire topics like this that's gonna keep on coming. So, and if y'all like this type of content, make sure you subscribe to the channel. And everybody like the stream on the way out the door. Y'all have a good rest of y'all day. Long live the habitual line steppers. I'm Roger. I'm right, and I'm out.